Yeah, there are political cross currents on Mount Kenya. Yesterday we had a meeting at Kieni, and as expected, quite a number of MPs were supposed to attend, but out of 100, only it's doubted that 45 attended. But even the number 45, still people have question marks because on the list that was given, like Tigania West appeared 3 times, so they might not be exactly 45. So we don't know what is happening with the UDA on the mountain. Today they had a meeting and there were some fracas. So we don't know whether it was stage managed or their opponents were doing the interference. However, we have also seen the DP address quite a number of meetings. We don't know whether it's in a panic mode or it's just they were planned meetings. So you're welcome to give us a diagnosis of what is happening on the mountain in the wake of UDA's several meetings. We were told that in the meeting at Kieni, some MPs were spotted drawing cartoons. Does it mean what they expected to happen in the meeting was not happening? Or what was going on? So that is the subject of our discussion today. However, we have seen DP having a major rally at Kithurai, where there was quite a good turnout, and it has excited the supporters of the DP. So, which way is the mountain going? Is it going to be a referendum of Mount Kenya? Or are we going to have fair elections 2022? It might end up being a referendum of Mount Kenya, where it will determine who becomes the next CEO of Kenya. Let me just share 1 or 2 clips to capture what happened, even as we continue with the discussion. You're welcome to participate, give your views. This is Kieni.
Cohesive, united, and prosperous new Kenya, where every child matters and has equal and fair opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 47 members of Parliament. When I say so, it's both houses of Parliament who are present here. We have 3 apologies, and we are here today to commit and to pronounce the nation that after review of the various people who want to lead our country in next year's election, we, in consultations with millions of our people whom we represent, we have elected to support and to stand with His Excellency William Ruto to be the next President of the Republic of Kenya. Yes. Secondly, we are here also to announce that after looking at the sad developments around political parties and their disintegration, we have opted that as we go into the next general election, we will be supporting His Excellency William Ruto through the United Democratic Alliance Party, UDA. Yes. Thirdly, we are here to say that between now and then, today, in this venue, we have begun a serious engagement process with our presidential candidate, which will involve collecting views from the lowest level at the grassroots, to hear the views of our people, so that just before the election, we will be able to sign a commitment or covenant charter between ourselves and the people we represent and their interests, even as that will amalgamate with the other regional charters that will be developed to ensure that the interests and priorities of every Kenyan are captured and documented before the election, with a very clear roadmap on an implementation schedule and the guarantors to that implementation, because we have witnessed people signing commitments and abandoning those commitments the following day. We want to say never again in this country will people make political commitments and get away with it. The politics of deceit, betrayal, and conmanship must come to an end. And therefore, we are here as leaders from this region to say we are willing to partner with William Ruto in the next election, and we are here to say that we have started a process of engaging with him, first of all with our people, to generate a people-centered priority list which identifies the interests of our people around the economy, around the production sectors in our area, and that will be reduced into a commitment charter, which will be signed and amalgamated with the charters will be signed from other parts of the country. And finally, in that process, we will also, once we have tackled the priorities of the people, we will also include the guarantors or the implementers, those from this region who will be in the next government on behalf of the people, identified through a people-driven process to ensure that this charter is honored and we are not back here again trying to explain ourselves, as we have wasted the last 5 years trying to explain to the country why the Jubilee government that was elected with overwhelming support has fallen apart and has done literally nothing in the last 5 years except to try and change and interfere with the constitution of our country. Thank you very much. If there are
Okay, we have seen UDA give their charter. They say that having learned from the betrayal from Jubilee, they are now making resolutions which they expect will be binding. So the question is, how different shall be this charter from the Jubilee charter that seems to have failed? So what is the guarantee that they are giving the people of Mount Kenya such that that charter will live to see the day? So you're welcome to have a discussion over the same. Today at there were a few events that happened in the morning. Let's just have a glance of what happened. Yeah, so this is the convoy of Deputy President while he was visiting a church in Kieni, and it was somehow chaotic when he was arriving. We don't know who caused this to happen. So I've just shown it briefly, and then we also have a rally that happened thereafter. We have one at Githurai, a rally that happened at Githurai.
Kidurai hamjambo. Mambo. Hebu nione kwa mikono mambo.
Okay, that is how the day was. What began as a morning with fracas ended up an evening with great multitudes attending the Deputy President's rally. So those are the cross currents that are happening on the mountain. So I don't know what you think about what is going on. Are we likely to have a very tense moment towards 2022? Talk to us, especially Mount Kenya. It seems to be the place that will have a lot of tension because of the political activities that are happening there. It seems everybody wants to have a slice of the votes of the mountain. So how do we cool down the tempers and ensure that everybody campaigns and have their access to the mountain without a lot of tension and intimidation and confrontations? Welcome, Adie Jr. We have also Shadi Chuka, and then Kewell and Angel. Angel, you are the first person to come, although you dropped off. Are you ready for your opening remarks? Okay, let me begin with Adie Jr. Adie.
Oh, yes, I'm getting you right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa, for taking your time to bring this constructive discussion for today. Even though today you are late, I don't know if you are a bit committed or it was on your plan or you are putting your arsenals in order. But anyway, let's carry from where
I
we
wanted somebody else to moderate. I was having my own sabbatical leave, but I realized there was nobody, so I had to bring it up.
Thank you for your commitment, and we appreciate whatever you are doing. Now, if I want to contribute in Mount Kenya according to 2022 politics, I think it's too early right now to predict whatever which will be happening in Mount Kenya, even though they have started showing some signs that they are abandoning their earlier leader, of which who had been with them from 2013. Earlier, when our deputy president was going to Mount Kenya, you could see a very good number of MPs elected and governors attending churches with him, attending his rallies, and attending everything he would propose. But things have changed recently. And the good number who are attending whatever is programming to attend in Mount Kenya, most of them are going for handouts. Most of them are going for handouts. Yesterday, you saw when some of the leaders were just, people like Kangata were just holding their chins. It means they had nothing to contribute. And even if they had something to contribute, the major issue there was when will we be getting our share and then we get back. If I want to contribute of whatever happened in the morning today, even though the propaganda has it that Kanini was having youth to disrupt the peace visit in Mount Kenya, but we are not sure up to now because it might be youths who have different opinions and the way other leaders have been abusing other leaders from Mount Kenya, and we are not sure whether they were aligned to do whatever they did or they were their own choice. They did it by their own choices. When I want to just to take some few minutes today because I see it's a very good idea topic. Everybody will be contributing. I have some few characters in Mount Kenya that should be showing us where there will be a very, very tough race. I'm mentioning this again. People like Moses Kuria, let us not neglect Moses Kuria and let us not undermine him. The guy knows what he's doing. The guy has been in politics, and whatever he says, today he can say this and tomorrow he says that. It's always good for a political analyst to check, whatever he's saying today and whatever he'll be saying tomorrow, are they matching or is there any connection between them? But of late, Moses Kura has been distancing himself from order, even though sometimes he says he's a life member of order. At the same time, he's saying that he wants Mount Kenya to have a share. It means they want their own party. I think that's where Ruto is getting it wrong because all of his hopes, he placed them on Mount Kenya.
Let me ask you a direct question. Huh?
Yes.
There are two groups in Mount Kenya.
Yes.
When you look at the ground, the people,
yes,
they are still excited about UDA. But when you look at the leaders, they are halfway, they are at the crossroads. So who determines the vote of Mount Kenya? Is it the people or the leaders? Based on history, because we cannot know what will happen on 2022.
Based on history and based on Kenyan politics is always tribal. And they always have a kingpin or a spokesperson to any community in Kenya. And whatever happening in Mount Kenya right now, people are fighting to be a kingpin because they think Uhuru is going. And they think the mantle is somehow free for everybody to grab. So the people will be waiting for their leaders to direct them. Only a few who will not be directed. For example, if you go to Rift Valley, whatever Ruto will say, whatever they will do. If you go to Nyanza, whatever Raila will say, whatever they will do. If you go to Western, I think Western is not even consolidated the way we think because they have never voted in a block. If you go to Ukambani, even though there are some people coming up, but Kalonzo still has a say in Ukambani. If you go to Mombasa, Joes control the major part of the vote in Mombasa. Now in Mount Kenya, as I'm saying now, they are only fighting to be a kingpin. That's why you get Gachagua is saying his own things, Ndindi Nyoro is saying his own things. If you get Murade saying his own thing, Moses Kure is also talking. But I sometimes try to believe Murade, because whatever Murade said, immediately they enter the second term, these things have come to happen. The first thing he said, Echesa and the other guy should respect Raila, or else they should be shown the door. They were shown, right? The other time he said about chasing Ruto from Jubilee. Of course, it has been happening, but Ruto is somehow a diehard, and he knows the moment he will be resigning or rendering his signatory, that will be the end of him with Mount Kenya. So whatever he's doing right now is playing safe, so that the sympathy votes, he can get sympathy votes from Mount Kenya. But for my own understanding, Mount Kenya have not decided. Let's give them a matter of time. In 2 months' time, 3 months' time, 5 months' time, we'll have a genuine Mount Kenya, and a Mount Kenya we can trust. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Angela, are you back?
Yes.
Yes. Give your maiden speech.
Okay. Wekesa, Adi Junior,
Wewe
Shadi, Sarah.
kwanza wewe sijui ni nini inaendelea. Wewe ni kama leaders wa Mount Kenya. Today you are up, tomorrow you are down. Can you declare your stand?
Wekesa, what shows you that I'm a leader from Mount Kenya? Kewel, how is you? Long time.
I'm well, Angela. I'm happy to be back again on the studio. And
welcome.
Thank you so much, Angela.
So,
Sunday mumeamua hamtaki kuonekana uso. Kama mko kwa party.
Tuko kwa birthday party tunasherekea. So I want to give out my opinions before my network na Safaricom wanidhulumu. The topic is the Mount Kenya key and lock for UDA or sliding back to Jubilee? I think for us to say that it's Mount Kenya is for UDA or for Jubilee, it's very early for us to say that, because we don't know their clear pictures, and we know that in Kenya politics, pesa ile iliua Yesu msalabani, it can be used to change anything at any situation within a second. So they are just trying to warm up themselves, but the clear picture has not yet come out. And bado tu niko kwa topic, naona inasema 45 MPs out of 100, 40 MPs only attended the Kieni meetings. We know very well that these MPs, there are those who are going home. They won't be back in 2022. Kuna wale wamemaliza term zao, wanaenda nyumbani. So they might be faking Ruto that they will support them because they support him, but amemaliza term zake mbili. Unless atachukua kiti kingine kama ugavana or senator avai, but hatarudia kuwa MP. And that's why unaona hiyo namba haiko stable, because kuna ule the first term ako sawa, na kuna ule mwenye term yake imeisha, anafaa kwenda nyumbani. So anakaa anajiuliza, hata akiendelea kumsupport or asipomsupport, ni wapi atasimamia? You find it is becoming difficult for them, na hapo ndo wamefikishana. So today's meeting was married with the cows. I think this is the type of politics we are trying to avoid in Kenya. Our youths being used to do such a things. Wakiasha moto, wakiasha matairi kwa barabara wanarusha mawe. I think vijana tuache kutumika. At the end of the day, huyo mtu amekupa 500. Urushe mawe, uchome mtu, uchome tairi kwa barabara. At the end of the day atakupa hiyo 500, utakula hiyo 500 kwa miaka 5 na utakuwa unateseka in your real life. Vijana waache kutumiwa kuwasha mioto, kuleta vurugu, kuleta sarakasi.
Angela,
Wanasiasa wache
Angela,
yes.
Let me ask you, why do you think Itumbi went ahead to name the MPs that attended that meeting? He had to put every number to the attendees.
I think when he went on naming the numbers, the MPs' names who attended the meeting, he wanted just people to know the people who are following and to know whom the ground. He wanted to show the ground, the people, the MPs that supports UDA, to show the grounds that this is happening and this is how we are working out, and this is the team that is working with the DP.
Now, in his numbering, you see number 13, he says that was an MP from Tigania. Number 28 is Tigania West. Number 31 is Tigania West. So does it mean Tigania West has 3 MPs in one constituency?
It was just a typo. You don't have to fix someone.
You know, he can. It can be just an error for typing, or sometimes errors occurs in such a situations.
Exactly, Angela.
Angela, you will be asked your question. Guys, that's why we are in the debate. Everybody will answer his. Don't feel pissed off. We ask questions.
But we are in a debate.
I asked Angela, I wanted to see the
It's not an examination, okay, sir.
Kendall, let's have order, please.
And that is why we are saying that in Kenya politics,
everybody.
And that's why when I sit down and look out the Kenya politics, I find that we don't have democracy in politics, because right now in Kenya, when you find that you are self-supporting somebody, you are being impeached, you are being fired, like what Atija Jr. said, that Mrathe said that Echesa was chased away. That is not the reality, the really politics of democracy in Kenya we should be having. We should be having a democracy where somebody can stand and talk and express himself and stand where he wants, the way he thinks with his mind that he can belong to. But if we have such a kind of politics that people are being fired, then we know that in Kenya, we don't have leaders. We are having dictatorship leadership, and that's what makes Kenya suffer a lot. So when we go to election, let's think in it twice as we go for voting, especially presidential seat. When the president will be open and straightforward, even the MCAs, the MPs, the governors, the senators, pesa zitafika mashinani. But if the president will mess up, yeye nda anakula pesa, yeye nda anakopa malon, pesa zingine hazionekani, still we continue suffer as Kenyans. I arrest my case there.
Thank you for your contribution. We got to Kewel. Kewel, now make your contribution and perhaps correct the typo error and tell us the right names. Yeah, now that you seem to have the information. Kawel, are you around? The challenge with people with the curtains, I don't know whether they are there or not. So let me
I'm
go
having
to.
I'm having issues with my camera. Sorry for that. But
Okay,
then
proceed.
those issues with typos, those are issues with typos. In fact, in that meeting, there were several people who are not even MPs, neither elected representatives of anywhere. I mean, so naming them, I didn't see any point of Itumbi naming them, though he wanted actually, as you said. In fact, I didn't know there are 100 elected members from Central. But then a 45 means like almost 50% of the representation. And for a party like UDA at that time, gathering 45 MPs, and senators inclusive, that's quite an. I mean, it's something which they've really tried to do. Secondly, as Angela has just said, other people are not gonna be elected, and there are those who are gonna be elected. So, I mean, we can't tell who will be coming back or who will not be coming back, unless now maybe if I was coming from a central constituency, I would tell you maybe if Kashagwa would be coming back or Ngunjiri, for that fact, will be coming back, or any other person will be coming back. So we can't tell for now. But then a representation of 45 elected representatives, that's quite a commendable job for UDA, and they've really done their homework well. Secondly, we know that it's a period whereby courting now is beginning. I mean, people are now going back to the ground and trying to woo people into their camps. And Jubilee, UDA, ODM, they have an open key to any place and ask for votes. And if UDA are on the ground, hitting the ground and asking for votes from Mount Kenya, I don't see why that thing should be taken for, I mean, as something which it's like people are not happy about it. People are fighting it. People are really so agitated about it. I mean, if Jubilee wants to go for it, and if they don't want to go for it now, that's their problem. If ODM, they've said Baba is climbing the mountain. I think it's their democratic right for them to go for the campaigns and whatever thing in the mountain. Nobody is denying them that. But then we need to act democratically with the fact that we need to open inroads to any part of this country, if it is Bondo, if it is in Siaya, if it is in Kericho, if it is in Eldoret, if it is in Kadhonzweni, in Kitui, if it is anywhere part of this country, everybody should be given a chance to go and market their manifestos and their agendas and their policies over what they believe in as a party. So that thing of throwing stones, making some funny and stupid noise that whoever is coming, that thing should not be allowed in the Kenya of today. Secondly, about today's occurrence, it was so unfortunate when I saw some people trying to block the roads and try to deny Deputy President from accessing that place in Biriria, somewhere in Kieni constituency. It is so clear that that thing was so planned. That whoever was behind those things, we know it's Kanini Kega, and we can't hide that. And that was so unfortunate, and that was so shameful of him. I mean, that thing should be condemned to the highest. I mean, with the most, terms. I mean, what Kanini did was so stupid of him, and it should not happen. I mean, if today Baba decides to come to Kericho, we need to.
What makes you talk with that conclusive?
We don't hide Kenya.
Because the other side, they also produced a Kashakwa clip where he was talking about mobilizing people. We haven't seen the Kanini Keka clip, so which side do we believe?
Bujiri have posted in his page that Kanini alicheza kama yeye. or what have I seen on Njiri's
And
post on
under
Facebook?
it, there was a clip of Kashagwa who was talking about mobilization. I will share that clip just, but proceed.
Yeah,
I think for
so for me, I'm saying what Kanini did was below belt. It was something that it was a stupid thing that he did. Blocking the roads, trying to use the police to threaten people, to intimidate people. That was not the way it should be. It should have happened. This is a democratic Kenya. This is a new Kenya whereby all politicians should be allowed to sell their policies around the country. That was not something that we should go by. The other day, Baba was in Muranga. Today he was in Kiambu. The other day was in Kiambu. The Kikuyu vote right now, or the mountain and the central vote right now, is a swing vote. And everybody is going for that rich vote constituency. And everybody should be allowed to go there. If we go to Sirisia today, nobody should be denied to go seek a vote in Sirisia. So the Kenya we want people to open up all the parts of the country and we go ask for votes. If DP can mobilize 2,000 people to attend his rally, you should not feel like this guy is taking all those votes, the 2,000 votes. Maybe you saw in this place where Githurai, maybe even 3/4 are his votes, and the other quarter belongs to Baba. It doesn't mean that all those multitude that was there means that Ruto owns all those votes. It is not that way. But what we want is a fair ground whereby everybody comes to be listened to.
Okay,
you
well,
sell your vote, you woo people, and you make people, believe in you. Somebody mentioned my name.
Okay, well, yes, it's Jakes who has mentioned your name.
Yes.
I have joined because there is a lie going ahead, and I felt you said it and you said it well. Now, this is the correct number of MPs from the entire Mount Kenya region. There are 34 constituencies in the entire Mount Kenya region. That makes 34 elected MPs. There are only 11 in Nakuru. That makes a total of what? 45 rather. Here they're saying out of 100, only 40 plus. Now, I saw the list that was produced and played vis-a-vis what was produced by the Itumbi and the
Senators
likes.
were there, like
Now,
Senator.
let me ask. They included the governors and all. They included people who are not even in Kieleweke to start with. They included some who are not even elected. Now, according to this statement here, if I go back to the list of number of members of parliament from Jubilee alone, those elected from all over the country, it's 141. If I include the nominated, it makes 173. So they want to mean that if going by this statement here, if it is true that out of 141, Jubilee members of parliament from Central are 100, I think that's a lie. The other lie that is in this banner is this: that out of 141, those who attended the Nanyuki function were only from
maybe when you say it's a lie, you also don't introduce words that are not in that.
No, I haven't. I've just read. If you read, this is what I have read. Is the mountain under key and lock for UDA or sliding back to Jubilee? Out of 100 MPs, only 40 plus MP attended Kieni meeting. The rest, including DP, snubbed the meeting. Now, it is not true. The DP was there. So him not attending the press conference doesn't mean he wasn't behind the scenes. He was there. The other thing, they even told us they had members who were absent. So before we begin propagating issues that are neither here nor there, I think it's always good also to go and check our facts. Jubilee has only 141. So if only 45 attended, I think it's a great score. So if you want to demean him, go ahead. But the facts are there. This is the fact.
Jack,
We have
thank you for
only
the
173 members of parliament cumulatively for Jubilee. 45 to me, it's a good score. Go ahead, Kewell.
Thank you so much, Jex, for demystifying that. I had not paid attention, a detailed attention on that thing. And truly looking at it, it doesn't really make sense. I think this subheading was somehow, prepared by some Kieleweke guys who wants to, soil everything here. And they had a preset mind that they want to soil everything about DP, and with
Don't
their
attack
lies.
the heading just to give your views, my friend. Headings are there to give you to create a debate.
But
In fact, sometimes headings can be so
going by what we have just
or
by what
in fact, if you go to all newspaper headlines, you can construct all of them, but they are there to generate debate. So you give your figures, come with your figures, and tell us these are because even Jakes has not given us the figures. He's just trying to play around with the headline. So debate for or against.
No, I mean
the headlines are there to generate debate.
What Jakes have said makes a lot of sense, because if we have 141 MPs across the country, I mean, 100 alone cannot come from Central. What are you telling us? I mean, the whole of Rift Valley.
Now, if you studied English, when you see the first statement and the second statement are not, they are two separate statements. 100 MPs can be from Central or not.
You rather change that thing. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that
just share the right figures. You watch your emotions. Just share the right figures. Tell us you have this number and this number that are supposed to be there, and then we proceed. Because the headline is only generating debate.
Now, just one moment. I don't know which numbers you want us to share, because in any case, as Kewell is saying, we are
so how many leaders are in Mount Kenya? Because Kieleweke shared the number of leaders in Mount Kenya, and they shared 50 leaders.
Mentioned. I think maybe probably you just switched off what you want to hear and hear what you don't.
No, you didn't mention any senator. You didn't mention how many senators do we have in Mount Kenya? You didn't mention any.
If I count the number of, there are only 11 constituents. There are only 11 counties in Central. So that makes 11 senators from Central. What is the other question?
How many governors are there?
If we have 11 senators, it goes without saying we have 11 governors. I think you did maths. You have asked us if we did English. Did you do maths?
Okay.
The next question.
Yes.
Yes, Sarah.
I think Wekesa wants to know in the 11 counties, one county has got how many sub-counties?
Let me tell you, Sarah, I'm using their own information. All this information comes from Mount Kenya. It is not manufactured anywhere. They are the ones who have created that debate. For us, we created that debate. They were having the same debate on social media.
So the issue here,
so we are using the same debate they are having to conclusively. Now we want to have the right information.
The problem is, it's when we are told the facts, you still want to go back to what you had. These are the facts.
Yes,
that there are only 11 governors, meaning there are only 11 senators, meaning out of the 11 senators, how many were present yesterday? Get your figures.
So even out of the 45, all of them are not MPs, because you have repeated one constituency 3 times, like Tigania West 3 times. That is not a constituency cannot have 3 MPs. So that was not 45. That's why I've put 40 plus, because I was not sure of that list which was tabled. So I put 40 plus.
A performance of 40, I can tell you for free. a performance of
Point
40
of information.
from one region, or rather from one perceived region, that's a high performance.
I don't have a problem with that. I was only giving the figures. That's why the issue is the issue. I was not sure whether it was 45.
Can I answer you on that question? You know the numbers that they put there was it had the MPs elected, aspirants. Some of them were not the MPs. They were aspirants like vying for MCS and MPs. You understand? It was not that 45 or 100 MPs are all from Mount Kenya. No, they were not from all MPs.
Now you complicate
some of them were
his
aspirants.
argument.
And
When you
some
say
of them
that,
were
you complicate
MCS vying for.
When you say
another
that, you complicate Jack's argument.
Wekesa, another information that Kewel and James should tell us. Is Nakuru part of Mount Kenya?
Now, I think, Omeka, if you ask me that question, I'll ask you to refer back to what people really normally say. That a huge chunk of people in Mount Kenya have kind of migrated to Nakuru. It's the same question as asking me, it's the same question as asking me, is Mlolongo in Nairobi or in Eastern? Then you'll need to go and study the demographics of there. So even when the president met people in Sagana, the Nakuru people were there. So Nakuru is always counted as Mount Kenya. You can ask Wekesa and any other person, but also it is located in Rift Valley. So get your facts. But you can ask Wekesa, I can verify for you.
Wekesa, give us time to contribute, please.
Okay, Jax, let me ask you, when somebody has an error of 404, how do we help him join the discussion?
An error of 404 means anahitaji ku refresh his search, nitango web search hiyo ya kunini. You need to research.
So switch off and switch on again.
Ama kama anatumia Google Chrome, a change aende Fox or something. Or atoke, a log out, a log in tena. It's a problem with the, what do you call it, the surfing site.
Okay.
Someone wanted to contribute.
Okay. Omoge, Dennis, what did you want to say?
You know, we've been, first of all, thank you, Wekesa, for inviting me to studio. I think the last time I was here, we had a very good discussion. And mostly it centered about the security of the DP, the withdrawal, the deployment, or the downgrade, and whatever. I was asking my sister Angela and Sarah very good questions. Nikawauliza kwamba, do we only have churches in Central Kenya? Do we have only God in Central Kenya, where the DP always goes to worship? Are there no churches in Rift Valley? I think that issue became emotive until today. I think my sister Sarah, you've come to terms with what I was trying to put across. Be it as it may, Wekesa.
I haven't come to terms.
The other thing, Omoke, I think last Sunday, the deputy president was in Bahati. Bahati is in Nakuru County. Nakuru County is in Rift Valley. So what's your point, brother?
So when it is about churches, you call Bahati in Rift Valley. But when it is about the mountain, you count Nakuru in Mount Kenya. You see, Kewel, this is the hypocrisy.
That is Lee Kinyanjui. That is Lee Kinyanjui who took it to Central.
Let me give my contribution.
Please do.
But when somebody is worshiping God, whether it's in the mountain, only in the mountain, he has seen that where he can receive the salvation from God. Let him do it. Why do
The
you
other
say
thing,
that in Rift Valley you have no chances?
the other thing,
I
He
am
has
on the
the
floor.
right to do it where he wants to do it.
I am on the floor.
Understand?
I am on the floor.
Nobody
After
stops him to go to.
you will have time to
He
ask me
knows.
questions.
He knows his timetable for worshiping. He knows what he's doing.
It is my
We
time.
don't know
Wekesa,
what
protect me,
he
please.
normally goes to. Mountain for worshiping. We are not in
Wekesa,
DP's
protect my
minds.
time. I'm the one who's on the floor.
I'm answering you.
No. It is my time. You'll ask me questions when I've done with my contribution.
Go ahead.
As I was saying,
But you had already mentioned our names, so we are responding to you.
When I'm done, you'll ask me questions. If I call your name, there's no problem. The same
And
way we've been
sometimes
keeping.
you mistake. Like last time when you are discussing about CS DP security, I was not on this platform, but I think you are just dreaming about me. You just look for time and meet me
I
and
wasn't
buy me
even
some
Guys,
meat.
today why are you why are you so emotional? I don't know what is the problem. Can we have an orderly discussion? What is the issue?
It is
Can
my time. Let
everybody-
the panel give me time to contribute.
Yeah, let's not be too emotional. If you decide to come to a political debate, sometimes it will not go the way you want, but you give people time to talk. Some of
There's
us
a lot-
we don't contribute, but we still also have some political issues to take. But I choose not to contribute. It doesn't make sense.
There's a lot of wisdom when we listen to each other in silence. Just the way some of us have been doing. We've been here for the last 1 hour and 30 minutes, listening to all of you, waiting for our time to contribute. The same way we gave you time to contribute, also give us time to contribute. Let me talk about
Omweke, the problem I have with you is when you lie. This show has only been live for exactly 52 minutes.
If I lie, you'll have time to ask me
lying.
questions before I wind up my contribution.
The show is only 52 minutes. It's not 1 hour.
Let me contribute. Let me give my time. Let me talk. I think the DP from the onset, he was so passionate about dividing the mountain, and clearly is bringing confusion and division to a house that is not his. Look back to where he's coming from. We've not seen chaos in Rift Valley. We've not seen leaders being brought to equal others in Rift Valley. But look what is happening in Central Kenya. Few leaders are mobilized to echo the president, who's perceived to be a community leader. In as much as he's the president of this country, the mountain is looking up to the president. But here we are having a principal assistant to the president, rallying members of the community where the president comes from, degrading, demeaning, and even publicly abusing the president. I think this is where we are getting it wrong. The president is not lame duck. The president, in as much as the mountain people are struggling to divide the mountain, there are people who will stick to the president up to the end. And they are trying to tell you, look here, in as much as you've taken a portion of the constituency of Mount Kenya where the president comes from, we are remaining and we are going to protect the president. Also associate this, the chaos that happened today. I remember when Raila was going to Jacaranda, just after the 2017 elections. People went there with raw mavi ya watu from the sewage. They poured the entire Jacaranda. And when it was morning, when Raila was making the way to Jacaranda, you and me knows what happened. So if we did that to someone else, watu wasidhani kwamba unafanyia mtu mabaya and you expect we get to heaven for us to, whatever you do to your opponent, or you do to your friend, or you do to another leader, it will also be done to you here on earth. Tunaenda mbinguni bila muzigo yoyote. I think now, whatever that was being done, they were doing to other leaders before, it is happening to them. It will only be fair if they feel that in silence. Secondly, Wekesa, the DP is getting it rough. Nobody is sponsoring whatever that is happening to him in Mount Kenya. The DP had the machinery of Jubilee. Myself, I was in the campaign team of the president in 2017. We know what happened. There was a DP Ruto factor. There was a Ruto factor in the issuing of nomination certificates to the people who are going to run on Jubilee Party in Mount Kenya. This is where Jamlek Kamau, Kabogo, key people and pillars of the president found themselves out. Let me finish. Let me finish my contribution. There are key people who are perceived to be strong pillars of the mountain and the president. For 2022 calculations, they were locked out. Why can't we, some of us feel this way? Those people who are locked out that time, the likes of Mutai Kagwe, the likes of Jamle Kamau, the likes of Kabogo, all these people, why can't we feel that these people are the ones who are fighting back? Because they feel the same person who shortchanged them for 2022 interest is now back to the mountain, and we have to show him how to behave. Right? Ruto is not new to chaos. That is why he's so comfortable even when people are throwing stones. Some of us from the rest of the country, we feel that the country should not go this way, especially considering to what happened in 2007. We should not experience even an idea of the same, because these leaders will not be affected. It is us who will be affected. But now we are slowly plunging this country back to where we were in 2007, just because someone feels I should be, and if the occupant of State House vacates, I am the only one who should get there. We are creating a mood. We are creating an environment where right now people think elections will be next week. Just if you watch the activities from yesterday up to today, someone is just creating an atmosphere at a time that we should not experience this. Ask yourself, Wekesa, this is a deputy president stopping at Githurai. I am not saying other leaders are not doing that. We are the ones who are helping our leaders to cause problem to us. We are in the middle of a pandemic. It is not that we are a corona-free country. Every day we are losing lives. Here comes a second in command who stands to address a multitude of people in Githurai. And if you see those clips clearly, nearly everyone, including himself, was not on a mask. What are we telling the rest of the country? What are we telling the rest of the country? Sometimes we need to lead by example. We should do things the way they are supposed to be done. Someone has said here that there were let me come back to the numbers that were posted by Itumbi, and I'll defend them on that. And Wekesa asked a question, why were they posting pictures of people, of leaders with the numbers? I think when that meeting was going on, there are people who are the opposing side of UDA alleged that there were only 11 members in the meeting, and that the meeting has turned to be chaotic. There was no understanding. I think I was following what was happening, and then there was a tweet that came a few minutes later. Dennis Itumbi said, I will post single pictures and shots of the leaders who are present. You know, where we are getting a little bit confused when it comes to church activities. Rift Valley, I mean Nakuru, is different from Mount Kenya. But when it comes to political dealings, sitting together as a mountain or as central Kenya, Rift Valley comes in. I think myself, I'm not alone in this. Those who are propagating that should give us a clear difference between the two. You know, is it that when you have political gathering of leaders, you bring elected leaders and opinion leaders from Nakuru and top them up so that the numbers can increase? But when it comes to church, like Kewalia said, that the DP was in church in Bahati, in Nakuru, which is in Rift Valley. That is also a question for another day. Be it as it may, what I want to condemn here is the issue, is the block. There is someone I believe it was Kanini Kega who blocked the road to the church where the DP was going. When we expect to build a cohesive country, a united country, and we just stamp that this country is mature democratically, there's democracy, there's space, there's freedom of gathering and freedom of movement and of association. We want a country where Raila Odinga can go to Sugoi and share with the residents of Sugoi with zero interference. You know, whatever that Kanini, if it was him, it is an allegation that the leadership of the constituency of Kieni just decided yesterday night that they want to construct that road that led to blockage. And then I saw security officers trying to open a section of the road so that that is the conversation we should be having. Whether you are from UDA, whether you are from OKA, or whether you are from Kieleweke, such kind of intolerance and behaviors are the ones that we should not tolerate. The DP has every right to tour this country, and every leader has the right to tour this country and sell his policies, you know, and they should not sell just policies. You know, we should start questioning about what policies are these people selling. That is the debate we should be having, but we should not be having a debate like the DP should be going to Kieni and we should be blocked from going there. You know, as a leader, I will not feel happy that happening to me, because today I decide to travel from my home. I'm going to a neighboring county. I'm going to a neighboring region to share with the people.
Summarize in 1 minute.
Yes, I'm summarizing. I think you've interrupted me, but let me finish by saying
Yeah, I'll come
All of
back to
us,
you, so you don't have to say everything you wanted to
yes,
say.
all
You
of
can
us who
finish
mean
the
well,
first round.
all of us who mean well to this country should support ideas that are meant to bring development, that are meant to bring our people together. And it is so dangerous to tribalize and to politicize everything, including church services. You know? So I think everyone should be given space to do the right thing. The only thing we should not accept is inviting gatherings that are going to bring problems to us. For example, inviting people to our constituencies that are going to preach hate. I think I'll stop there, okay, sir? And anybody who has a question to ask me.
Okay, I think I want to give
Yes, I have a
Susan.
question.
Yes.
I agree with what my fellow has said, or Moke Dennis has said. That's real. That was really wrong. Whatever happened was really wrong, and I'm really sorry for the UDA members in this team. It was really wrong. But we can't just blame Kieni MP because no one here has the facts that in fact Kanini Kega was the sole proprietor behind the barricades of the road. No one has any fact. Though I agree with Dennis that was wrong. That one I agree. Number two, what I can say is that Ruto has reached a level where is now seeking for the sympathy of the Central Kenya votes. Number one, why am I saying this? The country is big. There are many churches in Kenya. I just saw another person here saying that there's a church in Mlolongo, there's a church in Kisii. He can go. Weekend in, weekend out, the DP is in Central. Okay, I can say that all these OKA, ODM, and UDA are looking for votes in Central. In fact, Central Province is going to be a field where if you sow well, you will reap well. That's what's going to happen in Central. But still on the same matter of the disruption cost, I can say that DP is now looking for sympathy. Why? You saw the rallies today in Kirinyaga. The main one was in Githurai. We know Githurai very well. Those people had no mask. Right, tomorrow you will hear Mutai Kagwe akisema 43 people are dead. The president himself said that no rally should happen in Kenya as at now. Rallies will happen, but as at now, no rally should happen. Now, what DP is looking for is that Matiang'i and the group to send police to disrupt the rally so that waende kwa media waseme, you see what the government is fighting us. And I'm very happy with the government today that they allowed the DP to hold the rallies the way he wanted. Right now, if those rallies were the way the ones of Raila alifanyiwa Jacaranda, if the government had done that, then media saizi, I'm sure that hatungekuwa tunapumua. Just as right now, if you go to Twitter, the trending topic there is Citizen. Citizen, wanasema Citizen is supporting the ODM because of the mwenye Citizen Masharia. Citizen wrote at the churches shun away from Ruto, something like that. Right now, there's a hot topic trending there that Citizen, in fact, most of them are abusing Citizen right now. These people are literally looking for sympathy. and the government has realized that, you know what, we'll not give them sympathy. Until that day that Ruto will realize that whatever I'm doing is wrong. I'm risking the lives of the small hustlers yenye anawatetea in the name of I want to become a president. You want to become a president with a country where half of it are people have died. Number two, Raila today was in Langata. You saw Raila after the church, he went home. Why would Ruto go do the rally? Mudavadi did the same, was in church today, he went home. Why would it be only Ruto holding the rally? And every time Ruto akisimama pale kuongea, is instead of selling his agenda, is ever fighting either Raila, ama Oka, ama UD, ama the government. And today, sorry for the kid, and today he was fighting Kieni MP akisema sijui. Just a moment, please. And today,
I want to ask this question.
Just a minute, I finish. And today, he was saying that Kieni Kega, in fact, is the one making people to believe that it was Kieni Kega who barricaded the road with no fact. Hatujui pale ametoa hii kitu. So, guys, bwana, let's be wise. Because most of us are learned here.
I have a question for you.
Let me respond on that.
Sijamaliza.
No, you have asked me about the particular blockage of that road.
Why don't I finish first? Then you'll answer me, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm telling you, if Omokeden is Oru Wekesa, if I come to your home and start causing disruptions, you feel vizuri. The fact is that you'll feel vibaya. Ruto is going to Central, the bedrock of the president, causing chaos. How do you think the president will react? That's why our president are now seeing that
this causing the chaos now.
Si Ruto angeenda huko chaos ingefanyika?
No.
So who
Kwani
is causing
asiende
the
kwa
chaos?
nini?
He can go, but kwa nini normally he goes. The other day he was in Kenol. You saw what happened in Kenol.
Who caused the chaos in Ken
How many times
at first place?
Let me tell you, how many times has Raila or Mudavadi gone to Central with no chaos being caused?
Yes,
That one you are very ready to blame the government for it. How many times has Ruto gone to Central without being causing any chaos? You don't even talk about it. Now that today chaos has been, what if hata watu ndio walienda waka-form those barricades to seek sympathy votes?
Now you want us to believe it is Ruto causing the chaos.
Now you also want us to believe that it was Kieni Kega who caused the
Yes, because he's the one.
That's the same thing you are doing, Bwana.
You asked me a question, I'm going to answer. I'm the one who raised that matter.
Now go ahead, I'm finished.
You've asked two questions. One, you've talked about that particular. I want you to go offline. Go to the page of Kieni Kega.
I will be very glad if people debate on facts and not emotions.
Yes.
It's not what you feel. We are not here to, because there are people watching, so we don't debate based on what we feel. If you don't have facts, achana nayo. All of us have watched all these things, and kila mtu ako na opinion. But if you don't have facts, achana nayo.
Thank you.
So I'm just saying, Kieni Kega posted.
But yeah, okay, go on.
He posted yesterday at around 9 in his own timeline, saying that the Kieni constituency is considering to renovate that, to construct that particular road today morning. Right?
So what about it? They are planning. Akusema they are planning today. They can plan it for the future, not planning today.
Fine. Let me finish. As he said, they were planning. at around morning, walileta moram, wakaweka.
It is a midnight, not a morning.
Yes. Unaelewa? So that is why we believe. That's why we believe the blockage of this road might be associated with what the member of parliament said. You know,
might be associated.
Secondly,
not associated.
Not associated.
Okay,
Not associated.
Get your English correct. Might be associated, not associated.
And that is what I said earlier.
Yeah. Window that is causing chaos. Who has played the video?
Wekesa, before we talk about that clip, Wekesa, before we talk about that clip, there was a second question I was asked that why should we feel bad when the deputy president is going to Central? There is no problem, you know. Some of us who don't support him, and those of us who don't buy his way of doing things, we are asking ourselves, you know, when was the last time the deputy president fundraised for a church outside Central? When he went to Bahati, it was just a church service. For the last 5 months, the deputy president has been fundraising for churches in Central. So we are asking ourselves, is he honest? We have churches in Nyanza, in Western, in Coast, in Eastern. If he is generous enough to contribute to churches,
amekuwa Kisii, amekuwa Kisii,
when last was he in Kisii or Western? When last?
Alikuwa Kisii juzi.
Which Kenya are you in?
No.
Let me finish.
Which Kenya are you in?
Dennis.
The deputy president came to Kisii.
Dennis, wait fast.
The deputy president came to Kisii for a burial. He never came to church.
Dennis.
Amekuwa amefanya mpaka mchago ya vijana.
When
Dennis.
was it? When you almost 8 months
When
ago.
was that?
Lakini alifanya.
Okay, the argument is this, guys. The argument is this, the deputy president is seeking for votes, and he has a right to seek votes where he thinks he can get.
Yes, hata nyinyi hata wao wafanye.
You don't advise. Wait.
This guy is seeking for sympathy votes.
Wait. You don't direct him where to seek the vote. If he thinks he wants the votes for Mount Kenya, let him seek that. If he thinks that if he needs Mount Kenya votes, let him seek for that. Don't ask him to come to your area if he doesn't need your vote.
Kwani Mount Kenya ndio Kenya?
Let me ask you a question.
We are in a campaign. He's in a campaign mood actually, and he's looking for votes. And maybe he's in his own strategy. He thinks he needs more of Mount Kenya votes. You don't have to force him. You can tell your candidate to take now votes that he's not taking. But you don't force him to call for votes. Yes.
All these people, all these candidates needs Mount Kenya's votes, not only Ruto. What Ruto is doing, Ruto has been almost 5 months in central Kenya. What is
that? Is his strategy. That is his strategy. Why do you have a problem with that? I don't support him. Yes, but I don't think I should oppose his political strategy. I don't think. I don't support him. I am not his supporter. But in terms of his own political strategy,
I think when you say that deputy is just focusing on Mount Kenya, hata wewe kwa shamba lako mahali pale penye mmea haifanyi vizuri, hapo ndo mahali penye huwa unafanya nini? Unanyunyizia mbolea zaidi. So he knows that Mount Kenya has to Mount Kenya is the hot cake. So lazima azunguke huko sana atafute hizo kura kwa wingi. and he knows that the other side of the country, he will
How many
just
votes?
there. It's his plan. You understand? Hiyo ni plan yake. You cannot go to DP's mind and change and plan for him and tell him that he has to go to other churches. No, he knows what he's doing. This is political. Siasa si hasa. He knows the strategy he's doing.
And why is Ruto a subject here? Why is Ruto a subject here? Kila mtu aulize mtu yake.
Angel, let me talk to Angel for just a minute, please.
Moderator, Mr. Wekesa, can you do something on the platform?
Angel.
Wekesa, we are not in a market, please.
Sure, we are not.
Yeah, and you guys are the one who have talked too much. Now, can I give the people who have not talked, like Sam and Jonathan?
Let me ask Angel a question, please, before she sleeps.
Angel was only responding. He was not the one talking. The one talking was actually you. So,
but she made a funny comment.
You are the one talking.
Even me, Wekesa, have not talked.
Can we mute our mics when it's not our time? Can we mute our mics when it's not our time? Why do we behave like class 4 kids?
Today, I don't know why we are so emotional and disorganized. I don't know. But let's, okay, 254, can you finish your comment so that we go to, yeah, small cow. I don't know whether when I call that name, I'm abusing you or it's you like it.
Oh, that's my name.
Okay, it's my name. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ekesa.
Yes.
Now, Angel has just made a comment that when you have a shamba and you look at the place that is not doing very well, yeah, and you put manure, you put you irrigate it well, so that at least at the end of the harvest, you have a huge harvest. Let me use that word. Now, as at now, we know that there's Oka team, there's ODM, there's Ruto. Let me just take the three. The others will come like in Muturi. Let me just take the three. Out of the three, if you look at the most favorable candidate to have a huge harvest in Mount Kenya from the past election we've had is Ruto. Yeah? So Ruto is like ashaona hapa Mount Kenya kuna shida. But as at now, at an election ifanywe saizi, Ruto will still get, let me say 60% of Mount Kenya, with Raila coming second and the Oka candidates coming third. So I don't know what strategy Ruto is using to harvest votes in Mount Kenya. I just think Ruto is trying to show the president that I can come to your home, control your people, get your people to my side, and leave you alone. In fact, Ruto is showing the president a very big Madarau part of it. And that's the thing that is making the president to get hungry. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay.
Kenye ningetaka kuchangia kwamba ni kuwa wakati tunaongea kuhusu Mount Kenya, pia kuna shida yoyote. The problem, Mount Kenya, we know we have about 8 million votes plus. Kila mtu, he is looking for Mount Kenya votes. Na wakati anajua Mount Kenya tunapanda zile kula, kujua tunapanda around 7 millions. Where the eastern, where the coast, where the eastern, where the coast regions, you know, at least you have something in your bucket. So the Mount Kenya, they know everything is Mount Kenya. Secondly, they know about deputy president ambaye atakuwa 2022. Somehow lazima atoka Mount Kenya. So we want to tell Mount Kenya people, we are together. We want your support. We shall give you something on the table. So that's what they are looking for. Someone like Honorable Raila Odinga, he's still looking for Mount Kenya once. The man he's still looking for deputy president in Mount Kenya. I think something like that is going on.
Thank you for your contribution. I think, Susan, are you available?
Wekesa, I have a
Yes,
question for Sam.
I'm available.
Wacha Susan yaongee kwanza. Kindly let's balance. Kuna watu wamekaa hapa almost 1 hour wameongea. For those who have, kama umeongea, kindly una give others chance. Or Dennis, I know kwa hii debate hata mimi nikitaka kuuliza maswali I can ask even 100 questions, but sometimes you just
we were just asking.
No, allow others to contribute. You will ask. There are also there will also chances to ask questions.
You played a clip where someone is speaking. You played a clip where Gachagua is speaking in Kikuyu, and some of us don't get that language well. I was asking you direct some here to kindly interpret it for us, so that our next round we have time to debate about it.
Yeah, I think Mr. Gachagua was saying they are coming, so they are already set themselves, and maybe they knew the plans. They knew the plans. Then just request the so they have to create awareness that they are coming. Either they know when MP for the Kieni. He is strong supporter of the Jubilee Party. Na bado mwenyewe amepatiwa control wa budget. So hata mwenyewe they knew something was to happen. And last time we showed it in Kaba, where they brought the tent and there was no tournament to be played. They have tradition. So
yeah, that clip was very short, so it has been interpreted in both the ways. There are those who are arguing that he was saying that they were sending troops to come, so they think that they are the troops that disrupted the rally, and there are others who think that he was saying that there are people who have been sent to disrupt the rally.
But even using a common sense, there is no way you can disrupt your own meeting.
No, are you strange in politics, my friend? Let me tell you, in politics, remember, and this was convention of Jubilee itself. They said that they went and wore the ODM whatever T-shirts, and then disrupted their own rally, and they caused violence, and then they sent to arrest them to show that the ODM is a party of violence. You have to understand the tactics of politics. Sometimes your enemy can come with your own clothing, do something, and so that they can, inaitwanga smear campaign. So, and that's why you need to be very sure when you are attacking an enemy. Sometimes you can be attacking your own people. So in politics, you don't just see something and then you have to double click and understand. And that's why I was not very quick to respond on what happened, because I know anybody can stage that thing and blame it to another person. Okay, let's give
was
Susan
even a very short script that you can't judge anything.
Yeah, that's why I said you can interpret both sides, that clip, because it was very short and you cannot exactly know what transpired before he said those words.
But it was posted by Gujiri to confuse people.
Okay, Susan?
Okay, leo mmetuwekea yellow, blue, ngoko nadhani ndakuta orange. Okay, the question, wacha niwaambie. Mimi kitu ninaona Mount Kenya ni inarudi kwa Jubilee. Udie hapo iko. Ngoja kidogo.
Susan, nyamaza. Susan, nyamaza. Kindly when somebody is given chance, allow him to make a point. Hata unaweza andika chini na kalamu, then you ask
lakini
question.
si
So if you
Wekesa,
rebuttal from the first statement, what do you want to say? Unataka ongee kenye wewe unafikiria?
hapana,
Sasa
Wekesa
mtu akipiga kelele,
kidogo.
mtu akitoa maoni, muweke backstage or mute mic yake. Mtu akiconfuse mwingine akitoa
I'm going to
maoni,
remove people who are disturbing now.
wewe
Wekesa, si
muweke tu
umeniam...
backstage.
Sorry. Wekesa, si ni mimi uko kumeniita Susan, alafu mwingine akaingililia nikiongea.
I don't know how many Susan are here.
Only
because
one. Only
yeah,
one.
so proceed.
Yeah. So mimi niko nasema, mimi ninaona Mount Kenya inaenda kwa Jubilee. Na ukitaka kujua hivyo ni ilianza on Saturday na chairman of the ule alikuwa Muchiri, somebody like that, alikuwa jana akisema vile watu wa UDA wanaenda Mount Kenya wanaanza kutukana president, hawakufurahia. Alafu na ya leo pia kitu wanasahau ni president ametoka huko na yuko na supporters wake, na hakuna vile Ruto anaweza wacha watu wanatukana president kwa Mount Kenya na supporters wake wanamwangalia tu. Ameenda amezunguka Mount Kenya for 3 years akizunguka tu Mount Kenya, hajaitoka. Akitoka sana ni coast, anarudi tena Mount Kenya. Saizi watu wamechoka. Tangu ile story itokezea iko na masecurity ngapi, watu wameshachoka na yeye So mimi ninaona hii nini ya Mount Kenya inarudi kwa Jubilee. Mpende mtake msipende, hivyo ndio iko. Angalia where is Kuria. Saizi Kuria amenyamaza tangu ya story ya security ya Ruto iko na 257, amedanganya mahasla huko Mount Kenya, youth atieni hasla, amekuja na hakuna kitu yote. Where is Kuria? Mbona tumeoni akiongea siku hizi? Amenyamaza, why? Siwaoni wakiongea? Na baba hakuna, kila mtu anajua baba awinigi vote, hajawahi eka matumaini kwa votes za Mount Kenya. Hata saizi akienda, anaenda tu agawanye hizo votes, but baba hataki votes za Mount Kenya na hajawahi win hizo, hajawahi for those 3 years anategemea Mount Kenya, na itakuwa ni sasa. That's all.
Okay. So who wanted to respond on that?
I have a question for the panel. I want to say something here.
Who is that, Alois?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
I think I need to say something. We as gentlemen, we appreciate the platform for hearing our views. And we give a lot of thanks to the brains that started the idea. I think we should advise our brothers to stop this tension, because as you are at the receiving end, the other opponent is also at the receiving end. So if you receive a lot of pain right now when you are receiving it, just pray to God that you get some little lessons that this great governor spoke about, issues of politics. Because when now you are saying that how many times the DP has been at in Central, or what is receiving right now, I think you should also have some little study of what Baba has gone through. Some of us have received a lot of pain. 2017, downward 2013, the fault and the wrath of the government that came on our side. Voting, and at the end of the day, you are winning nothing. Are you seeing the pain that the other group we receive? So we have learned a long way.
that if it is politics, let it be genuine. Let us speak about ideas. Let us talk on things that can help us. But we should not come into this platform by grudges. If the story is not going your way, you start throwing manenos and feeling that the person should be just speaking on what should be right or what the brain is speaking. It can't go that way. We must give our ideas. What I can say is this. I think our DP has started a long journey, very long journey. Where he is right now is where Baba was in 1997. So he must learn of how he should work with these friends, the new friends, and these friends that is leaving his platform right now can be his friends again in the next election. And you people, our friends, maybe his supporters, should also not hold grudges, because they can hold grudges with the supporters of Baba right now. But the next election, we are friends again. So what I'm saying is that wasiasa tuende tu pole pole. I think the time has come that the person that is going to lead this country next year, 2022, will lead on ideas, on how we can fix the nation, on how we can bring up the economy to be stabilized, on how youth can be in a position to get what is theirs, what is their rights, on how we can be in a position that everybody feels that the economy is stable for them. But we should not be in a position whereby we are being cheated, we are being used. So all that I'm saying is that I think there is a big fight on Central Province, but as far as I can see, the votes of Central will depend on its leaders. There is no person that will get into that committee and get away with it without the say of the leaders. The leaders will contribute 80% of the votes of Central, starting from the president. He's just still the president is just still keeping quiet because he's the leader of the nation. He doesn't want to get too much into politics earlier. And still we are living in a situation whereby the country is not stable in terms of the pandemic. But then let this thing keep on going. When it will reach around December, things will change. And I'm advising the DP plus the advisors that aende pole pole, awache matusi, watu wake pia awache matusi, wawache tension, wawache hii hasira nyingi. Let them keep on and keep friends that they have in Central, because you can have one or two friends. These friends can win the hearts of other friends, and he can get a good votes from Central. But kama anaenda hii na speed na stage managing of politics or what, the guy will keep on losing. So as I wind up, I'm just saying, as youth, tuache hii hasira, tuache tension. We learn from the past, and we know our enemies today can be our friends tomorrow. Our DP is a good politician. This guy ende tu pole pole, awache hasira, awache tension. One day he can lead this nation. That is all I can say. And he's also a student of Baba. So the kind of politics he's trying to do is what Baba has been doing. So this game he's doing, Baba knows this more than what than how he can think he does it. So he will not.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question to pose to the group.
Who was that? Who is that?
Wekesa, you requested us to ask Susan questions.
Allow me to ask a question to the group.
Who is that?
Dear Junior.
Okay.
Why is it that
Question,
on
then, Jonathan, Dennis, you also have a question.
can I proceed?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay, thank you. I would like the group to enlighten me. Why is it that on these recent days you find that when DP is going to central Kenya, he does not carry the people like Moses, Sudi and Murkomen. And in case they are in that caravan, they don't talk and they don't even hurl abuses when they are in Mount Kenya. What is he trying to show us? As compared when they are in Rift Valley, they control the show and they do several abuses. Why is that difference?
Can I answer?
Okay.
Yeah, it for the group.
Let me Wekesa, can I answer?
Yeah, proceed.
My own understanding can be you've never heard Murkomen and Sudi speak in Central because they are only people, sometimes the DP is not honest to the country. These are people who speak for the deputy president. You and me know the kind of abuses Sudi makes to the president and to the government. So he is limited to Rift Valley because if he tries to talk ill about the president in Central, the image will be something else. I think to my understanding is these people are only coached to hurl abuses when they are in Central or when they are outside Central. Because Sudi can abuse the president from Coast, Nairobi, Rift Valley, but when they get to Central, they cannot even tell him to stand and even be recognized that he was part of the entourage. I think that is the principal reason as to why you will never have them speak in Central. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think generally, I think to be fair on that, generally that is what happens in politics when you see, even when you see Joshua Kutuni, what he speaks when he's in Rift Valley is not what he speaks when he's outside. Because in politics, you have to interpret where you are. You cannot go to Central and maybe it's hostile to you and then you hurl abuses. You just want to be stoned. So people interpret the environment they are in and speak according to the environment they are in. It happens even sometimes when you see Mandagor coming to Nyanza, what he will speak is completely different with what he will speak when he's in Washinkishu. Politics happens on a particular script. You don't just stand and speak anything at anywhere. You have to understand the environment you're in. Okay. Now it was chance for the small cow.
Yes, Wekesa. First,
Yeah,
nitaanza na Sara amesema Central tumeanza kurudi kwa Jubilee. Jubilee
It is
Central.
not Sarah, it is Susie. Susan.
Susie. Susie, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Susan.
no problem.
Susan. Jubilee in Central. Jubilee and ODM are the same case in the Central for now. So hatuwezi rudi Jubilee. Na ndio maana unaona hata wenye wako Jubilee wanatafuta chama ingine yenye wataenda nayo 2022. Juu anajua ukikuja na Jubilee hautapata kiti Central. Hello.
Are you done?
Yeah, who is talking now?
Susan, you can continue.
Niko na ni nani the little cow, hiyo ndio jina yake. Mimi niko ninasema the small cow, sorry. Unasema watu wa Central hawezi pigia Jubilee. For example with Kiambaa. Jubilee ilienda huko only for 3 weeks wakapiga campaign. Angalia walipata votes ngapi? Only for 3 weeks. Na saa zile UDA imekaa huko for how many years? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Unaelewa?
Unajua huwezi compare Kiambaa. Unajua wenye walikuwa wanasidana Kiambaa. Mwenye alishinda Kiambaa alitoka wapi? Nani alikuwa anamjua before election? The jamaa Kariri Jama alijitafutia kura, hakutafutiwa kura na Jubilee.
Alitafutiwa kura na ODM lakini na UDA. Na mimi ninasemaje? UDA
yes, from nowhere, a guy from nowhere.
Susan is asking a very important question. In that 3 weeks, that person
not 3 weeks. I'm correct, and I'm correcting this. It was not 3 weeks. Kariri Jama amekuwa huko. It was that time.
No, he won an attack of Jubilee for 3 weeks. He did not have the attack of Jubilee. Are you getting the point? So the question is, if Jubilee was that bad, those who voted for Jubilee for Kariri Jama, were they out of their mind? That is the question.
Most of people are voting Kariri Jama, not Jubilee.
And in 2022, it will be people who will stand on Jubilee tickets, so they will vote for those people.
No. And remember, Uhuru Kenyatta will not be seeking any seat.
But even in Kiambaa, he was not seeking any seat.
Was the president
point of information
from our own county? In 2022, Uhuru Kenyatta will not be seeking any vote.
Your argument is not adding up.
Mr. Wekesa, we need to be honest. We need to be factual and we need to be real with what we are saying. Nobody is voting for a political party. We vote for people who hold certificates for political parties. Susan has asked a very important question. There was a winner in Kiambaa. There was a by-election in Kiambaa where UDA and Jubilee competed. There are people who voted for Jubilee and there are people who voted for UDA. This, you are saying that there is no Jubilee in Central Kenya. These people who voted for Kariri Njama, are they from outside Central? Or are people who believed in Jubilee and the candidate of Jubilee? You will not differentiate between a party and an individual. Now you can proceed.
Most of people from Kiambaa believe on their candidates, not the Jubilee. Most of them. Then, if the case was 3 weeks to sell Jubilee have been there for the last 5 years. UDA imekuja nyuma.
Did you conduct an opinion poll for everyone who voted for Jubilee in that by-election? For you to conclude that people voted for an individual, not a party?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that is your own opinion. Let's have
anakosa.
Yes, Sam.
Kenya ningetaka kusema
You have something to say, Sam?
yeah, kuhusu Kanini Jama.
And then from Sam we go to Jonathan, then we go to keep what? The names are not clear.
Yeah, kuhusu Kanini Jama amekuwako 2017 alikuwa hapo kwa debe. Akamanage kuwa namba 2. So Kanini Jama mwenyewe as an individual alijiuza kwa miaka 5 ama 4 years. Umepanda mbunge mwingine ambaye alichaguliwa na UDA. Huyu anaitwa Wajiko kusema yeye alikuwa mkono ana somehow ana hapo anajulikana mahali ametoka. So UDA walichukua ile opportunity wakaleta huyu kwa sababu mwenye alikuwa anataka kuchukua alikuwa Kanini Jama. Kanini Jama mwenyewe akatoroka UDA akaenda kwa Jubilee. Kuna garantia kwamba Jubilee yenyewe inamsaidia kwa sababu alikuwa namba 2 kwa last election. So ni vile tu yeye alichaguliwa as individual na mwenye alikuwako akachukua namba 2. You see? So yeye mwenyewe alikuwa amejiuza. Ana kama gani kwa chama kingine isipokuwa hii ya Jubilee, aenda kama kusema kind of party. The same vote alipata, the same vote akapata tu. In fact kagina ni akachaguliwa.
Sam.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Ask.
So you think that the Jubilee candidate in Kiamba angeamua kuenda na ODM angepata the same votes?
Yeah, what's the same ODM? What's the same another party? Wakati unasema
okay, 20 Oka basi angepata the same votes.
But ana mengine lakini wewe mwenyewe akishinda hiyo kesi ya Kiamba.
Bwana, can you go back and do some research on the Kiamba election?
Tulia. Ile bili ilitumika pale ni ile Jubilee walifanya. Hawakwenda kwa nomination. So even the people waliona hiyo kitu haikuwa fair.
Sam.
Sababu people's power. It's not about people's power. So
Sam relax kidogo. Na sisi tukikuambia hivi.
Yeah.
Kawanjiko, wale watu wenye walipigia Kawanjiko walimpigia yeye kama Kawanjiko, hawakupigia UDA. Utapingana na sisi?
Hapana, singapingana na wewe. Lakini it was an option ambayo ilikuwa ya between kwa Jubilee kama hakuenda kwa nomination. So they grab the person.
For me, my serious question to some should be, now that you guys think UDA is a party of the mountain, by getting 50 and the other party getting 49, are you excited? Because that means you have even an uphill task. This is a party you called dead when you were campaigning. You say Jubilee is dead. A party that you call.
Can I answer you with that question?
Wait, I finish first. A party you call that is dead performs, it gets 49 and you get 50. You who is alive. So in other words, if we go to all the constituencies, that if we say that we have around 60 constituencies or 30 constituencies in Mount Kenya, it means you will take 16 constituencies, then they take 15 if we use that arithmetic. So that means we will have almost half MPs from Jubilee and UDA. So can you count such a party out? Now, Angela, you wanted to answer.
Yeah.
I just wanted to contribute on that issue that I think people are now focusing on people's agenda. They are not focusing on parties. We are not voting for parties, please. We vote for agenda and how somebody is selling his how somebody is telling us what will he or she do for us when he'll be given that seat. You know what has messed up Kenyans is voting for parties. Because Angela is standing with a Jubilee party, you just say, Angela ni wa Jubilee, mi napigia tu mtu wa Jubilee kura. Hauangalii mtu napigia wa Jubilee kura ni mzuri, ni mbaya, kuna kitu atafanya ama kuna kitu hatafanya. You understand and you get me? So
Angela,
if we focus on...
What you are saying, Angela, is completely different from what I'm saying. You know, yours is a call to action. We need to vote for agenda, not parties. But mine was an analysis of what had happened in Kiamba. You know, an analysis,
and
you
what I'm telling you is that when people in Kiamba voted for Wanjiko, they say, I heard some few groups from Kiamba, they say that they voted for Wanjiku, not for UDA party. That's what they did.
In fact, it is the UDA itself which confessed that had it not that Karim Jama went to Jubilee, he would have won because his agenda was superior to mpaka watu wakaanza kuuliza, so you voted just a puppet because of the party. In fact, it's the UDA which itself that confessed that Karim Jama was a good candidate, but he chose a wrong party.
Yeah,
In fact, in their own Thanksgiving session. Okay, Jonathan, can you have an input? Tumekuhold sana.
How are you, everyone? It's nice to be here tonight. By the way, guys, you know, today at around saa 10 mchana nikilala, nimedream kuwa like nimepiga kura, like Kenya is burning, like kuna vita. God forbid, like it's not a joke. Najua ni usingizi ni ndoto, but I dreamt that you're fighting, you are looking like people are run, but they're not running anywhere. I'm not lying. I dreamt that, by the way. And
okay, for us to believe your dreams, we first of all have to look at your history. Have you ever dreamt something and it came to pass?
I can't tell you, but yes. But
you can share that sleep.
But that's just a dream. Okay. So, speaking of what is going in Kenya, like let's not allow ourselves to be carried by our own emotions. Like, let's say, for example, today, you know, I always look both sides, what is happening in Kenya, like politics, churches, and all that. So, like today, like UDA and other people, I'm not saying in a bad way, they need to go to the drawing board, because what I saw today in their meeting, in their rallies, rather than even somewhere, like the people are not that cheerful the way they used to be. I don't know when they have listened about the security and that, because they are not cheerful like the way they used to be. Like they were saying like UDA, cousin, like only few people I looked, maybe it's my eyes or something. It's only few people are saying that, not all the people, and the crowd was not that in fire like the way I used to see their rallies. So I think they need to go to the drawing board. I need people have started saying like, oh, so this is the person that we are going to vote, or this is the person that he comes to Mount Kenya every time, and they insult the president, they say bad things about their own people. I think we are going to vote for them. I think people are mechanuka. That's what I can say, and that's what I saw today.
Okay, thank you. People have commented very funnily on your dreams. They are saying tuko na nabii hapa kwa station. Okay, let's have Kiptum. Kiptum, make your comment on the topic. You are talking while you're muted. Kindly unmute. Kiptum, unmute. Okay,
Hello.
proceed now. I have unmuted you and then you mute.
Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Well, I think I'm new in this program, and I've just loved the comments from each one of you. But I wish the best for our country. I think for me it's too
You are
late to
speaking
say
from where,
anything.
Kiptum? You are speaking from Australia or where?
Ohio, United States. And where are you guys?
Some of us are in Kenya.
County
And what
001.
I'm saying is,
I'm
what
in
I'm trying to say
German.
is, for me, I'm just I'm praying for Kenya. I hope the best happens. People really need some leadership. They need good leaders, and hopefully, out of all these people who have expressed interest in leading our country, will keep what they promised the people. We all know from reading or from visiting Kenya that people really are going through a lot, and we only pray that what comes out of this election season are good leaders that are going to transform the country. We know for sure that it has never been easy for Kenya during this corona season, especially economic, education, health. We've seen very serious challenges for our people. So what I'm saying is, somebody was telling me that Kenyans are very resilient, because if it was other countries, we would have seen revolution long time ago. But we hear those words running around, but the style being used by the leaders, I'm so encouraged that they are purposed to do in peace, open the space, let any candidate go anywhere, seek for votes. At the end of the day, it's people who are going to decide. And then what we also urge so much is, at the end of the day, let every vote count. If every vote counts, IBC does their job, every leader goes wherever they want to go. Kenyan people are very smart, and we can count on them to make the best choices. So, and we want to really caution the leaders inciting violence. We need to blacklist them and close them out of any competitive election. So for each one of you who is in this forum, continue to speak up, lessen the emotions, and debate professionally, and continue praying for Kenya. I hope for the best. I was there recently. I'm going back soon. It's our country. We love it. We are patriotic. And I hope our children will get a better Kenya out of what will come out of this forum and many more forums to come. Thank you, and bless you.
Yeah, thank you for the words of wisdom, Kiptum. We are trying our best to make this channel a channel of information and transformation. We don't just have to come here and heckle each other. So thank you for the words of wisdom. We are learning each other and adjusting to be one nation. Now, before I take the second round, we have Ocheng, who has arrived twice. Ocheng, why are you arriving twice? Okay, let me remove one because it will cause echoes. Yeah. Now you can proceed. If you are aware of the topic, you can proceed before we take the second round parting shots. You're talking to yourself, guy. We can't hear you. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, proceed now. Na utumie ugali kidogo.
How are you guys? Okay,
We are good.
the day was good. The day was good. We had a wonderful rally at DP today. Did 7 rallies in one day. We concluded at Githurai. I'm happy that people have realized that DP is still in Mount Kenya. I think that is now no doubt. I've heard somebody saying that he was looking at the mouth of those people and how they were, as in how they were doing their hands. So I don't know how that technique is applied.
Ocheng, a straight question to you. Ocheng, why did you do 7 rallies today? Are you in a panic mode?
Not really, you know. We are in a political season. We are almost approaching 2022. So it's not bad. It's not bad to meet the people. You know, votes comes from the people. And Mount Kenya is part and parcel of where DP's votes will come from. So it's not bad. We've seen Mzee also walking up and down different regions. It's not bad. We are in politics. So there's no panic.
I just recently, you guys shared a tweet and said that you have called off rallies because of COVID. So had the MOH advised?
You know,
because they are okay. The church rally we accept, but the open air rallies. Okay, what advised you? Because you had 7 actually. 7.
You know, Wekesa. I wonder why you people, why the corona thing only applies when DP has a rally. Recently, Mzee Raila went to Homa Bay to bury the late father to Senator Kajwang. He was also in Kisii for burial. All these things happened in open places. Mudavadi has been in Western. Today, Raila was in a church. As in, these people move up and down. Why is it that it's only DP? It's only DP.
You are answering your own question. You are answering your own question. I haven't said that. I just said the church events are okay and everybody is doing it, and even the MOH allowed the church events. But it is your own DP that wrote and said he has held the rallies because of COVID. So I was just asking, because you were in the rally and you are telling me it seems you are closer to him. So has it allowed now we come back with rallies? That was my question. I'm not even victimizing anybody. You know, you are responding like a victim.
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. All these seven rallies happened in all these 7 meetings happened in churches. So the Githurai one, which was the biggest, happened where these people blocked the DP when he was coming to Nairobi. Already, he had this chance of meeting the people in churches in Mount Kenya. So these people blocked him at Githurai. Is that what you are talking about? I think
I just answer that. I only needed that answer. I only needed that answer. Don't appear a victim. You know, when I ask you a question, you just answer confidently.
Yes, what you can speak, you can see confidence in the answer I'm giving you. The people stopped DP when he was on his way to Nairobi, and he had to meet. He had to
I'm
talk to
okay
them.
with that. I'm okay with that. I wanted to know your response.
Thank you. Let me move to the topic. Okay, I've also had somebody talking of Kawanjiku, as in Jubilee having a strong stand in Kiambaa because of the by-election where their candidate was number 2. I want to pass this question to all of you, those who supported that Jubilee still has some chance in Mount Kenya because of the Kiambaa by-election. By-election happened in Kebera, and Jubilee faction of DP came number 2 through Marega. They had 11,000 votes. The winner was Imran. He had 24,000 votes. Mzee Raila camped in Kebra with almost 4 governors for close to a week. Is it true to say that Ruto has a strong chance in Kebra because of that by-election? Because he's the one who made Marega to go for that election. So is it true to say that he has a chance in Kebra? That is food for thought.
Yes, of course, votes will not go one way. In Nairobi, votes don't go one way, so he has a chance. In Nairobi, they don't go one way. If you just check the history, Nairobi votes don't go one way.
Mr. Wekesa, let me answer.
I wish you know the place you are talking about.
Mr. Ochieng,
Baba's bedroom. Yes.
Mr. Ochieng.
Yes.
Kibra is a cosmopolitan constituency where nearly every tribe is represented. You comparing Kiambaa and Kibra, there is no comparison, because totally in Kiambaa, it is one community. It was a one community affair. So your perception is Kibra is made up of Luos, which is untrue. You know? And what we were saying is in Kiambaa, Jubilee and UDA competed. We were only trying to answer someone who said there is no Jubilee in Central Kenya. And what we said is the number of votes a Jubilee candidate got translate to the strength and the support Jubilee party has in that constituency. So it's a clear indication, even if UDA won, there is a share of percentage of people who still have trust with Jubilee.
Okay, I think that one may be and may not be true, because up to I think a month or so to that by-election, we only had one candidate. That is for the Jubilee and for UDA. So the shift only came after Jubilee hijacked our candidate. That said and done, I think it may not be true. It may be true because we've not done any poll to prove that.
Okay.
What I want to say is that so far, hello?
We are listening.
So far, we can only talk about Jubilee because we still believe that in fact, in mind of some people, they still believe that Uhuru can change everything and maybe do kadabra and become a prime minister or stick to or change the constitution and run again. When all these things will come to be settled, when we'll have a clear Jubilee, a clear UDA with supporters, I think we'll get all these things clear. Because right now, you cannot specifically point out that so and so is the one who made Kariri Njama to lose that election. We cannot say so and so is the one who made Kawanjiku to win that election, because still we have UDA and Jubilee. So
we don't
I think
understand
for
you.
UDA, so far so good.
In your own
That's
submission, Ocheng, in your own submission, it seems you are indicting your candidate. Huh? You are trying to tell us that if Uhuru is still influential in this politics, if at all he can get the prime minister or whatever, then you are saying your candidate has no chance. Are you trying to tell us like that?
No, I'm saying that some of you still have that belief. So it is not very clear for you people. In fact, the faction which supports ODM, it's not clear for them. In fact, I think that is why you've even brought this. It is not very clear to you who has a chance in Mount Kenya. You still mix things.
Now, how do you speak for us? I thought you were speaking for your constituency. How do you speak for us?
What are you saying, Juan?
You know, generally, I've understood your argument, and the argument is that Uhuru still has influence in Mount Kenya. So this is what I'm trying to bring into your attention, that so far he only seemed to have that influence because he's still the president.
And I have a question, Ocheng. But most of the members for UDA, they are still also the member of Jubilee. Why you don't tell them they just leave the party? Why you don't tell them they don't leave the party, the Jubilee, they go to UDA? It is because for me, I think they still have they are not even decided where they want to go. Hawajui wanataka kwenda wapi, bado wanashikilia unye na bado wanataka kwenda kwa UD. Alafu achana na hii ingine ya huyu msee aliwin MCA, pia si ni mtu wa Jubilee alishinda MCA hiyo side ya Kiambaa, siku walikokuwa na vote ama
Muguga ward.
Si ni MCA alishikilia na ni Jubilee watu wa Jubilee walimpigia kura ama
You know, currently, vile umesema, currently we are in a mix, eh? That is why you cannot pinpoint that specifically so and so is the one who made so and so MP, or so and so is the one who made so and so to be an MCA. Because we still have those who, let's talk of Jubilee. All of this thing is Jubilee, because even the UDA members, remember UDA is an affiliate party in Jubilee. So the whole of it is about Jubilee. I think it could have been very wrong if we were talking of ODM winning Kiambaa or ODM winning Muguga ward.
Ocheng, let me ask you a question, please.
Yes.
The deputy president is in which party?
He's in Jubilee.
So, which this popularity you are talking about that is not in Jubilee? That it is only UDA is popular when you associate it with the deputy president, but it's not popular, you know. So can you put these statements to be clear? Which Jubilee? Is it Jubilee in UDA or the original Jubilee?
Okay, Jubilee is the mother party. Let me put it that way. Jubilee is the mother party. I'm putting it that way because you want it to appear that way. So I'm just putting it that way for this talk's sake.
Ochieng.
Answer.
Ochieng.
Ochieng,
I'm not answered.
Ona rĩngĩ nĩ twakena mũno nĩ ũndũ wa Raila tondũ tũkuonagĩra TV-inĩ ona tũroria atĩrĩrĩ na wĩragwo ũrĩa tũroiga nĩ arerwo ũrĩa tũroiga tũtiĩ kwaria gĩthũngũ na tũtiĩ kwaria gĩthwaĩri nĩ arĩ Gĩkũyũ tũkuonagĩra TV-inĩ Raila tũgakĩrwo Raila nĩ mũũru tondũ tũtikĩrĩ twagĩkuonera hakuhĩ toguo woka ũtuonie we ũrĩa wĩragwo tiguo ha rĩu nĩ tuona we wĩ mũthuri mwega na nĩkĩo ũragĩtuona haha tũgĩũkĩte nĩgetha tuonane maitho kwa maitho atĩ ndore kameme nĩ mwandigithia rĩu kwendaga kũhe Raila ũhoro rĩu rĩ Raila nĩ twakena mũno ona tũkĩte na tũtirima gũkũ tũtekũhota gũka nĩgetha tũkuone tondũ tũiguire Raila nĩ aroka kũ no twamenya nĩ tũgũka tũkuone maitho kwa ma nĩgetha tũkĩrwo Raila nĩ mũũru rĩ tũkamenya Raila ti mũ rĩu nĩ tuona we mwega tũgoka gũkũ Gĩkũyũ-inĩ na waingĩra biũ tũkuone tũmenyane maitho kwa ma wakĩingĩra kũu ũrenda ũtũtongorie wega ũmenye andũ arĩa akũrũ ta ithuĩ tũtũragio nĩ ndawa na tũtirĩ aheia ndawa na thirikari rĩ ndĩtwĩciragia koguo rĩ Raila nĩ ũraigua
niĩ rĩ niĩ gũkena kũrĩa ngenete nĩwe rĩ ndĩraitwo nĩ mũgeni nĩ aroka no ndiũĩ no rũcinĩ rwa mũthĩ rĩ ndokĩra mwanake wakwa wĩ haha rĩ anjĩra atĩrĩ nĩ ahũrĩirwo thimũ Raila nĩ areka atĩa nĩ aroka ngoro yakwa yaigua eka atĩa yakena tondũ tũtirĩ tuona ng'ũnene kũndũ kũrĩkũ ona Uhuru ũcio aragwo rĩ tũtirĩ twamuona rĩu ithuĩ rĩ twenda tũkuone kwa maitho kinya ciana ikuone na ngumo nĩ ciĩke atĩa nĩ njũku nĩ ũndũ waku na twakena mũno mũno makĩria na tũra
That was beautiful.
Yeah, Mugambi.
You
Mugambi.
Yes, Wekesa.
Mugambi.
Yes.
Can
Here I
you
am.
interpret for us first before we comment?
Okay, from the clip that you have played, it shows a very hot granny or a hot woman who is so happy to see Raila. And if you listen to her wordings, she is saying that from the time in memorial, they have been told that Raila is a very bad person, but they are happy to see him amidst them. That Raila is a human being like them. That Raila is a good person, and they are pledging to support him and to help him penetrate Mount Kenya. Yes, basically that is what the woman is saying. He is praising him, and actually she is saying even Uhuru that they have been voting had never come that low to them. So they are so happy to see Raila, and now the myth that has been put in their mind that Raila is a bad person is being washed away from their minds. And from my own opinion, when you see such a old woman saying that, you should know the amount of radicalization that have taken place in Mount Kenya. But bit by bit, little by little, things are coming to, they are looking Raila in another view, which is so good. So basically that's a praise. And in another clip after that, there's a young woman who is saying, let us appreciate Raila through relations, 5 of them that are meant for a boy child, meaning as the women of that village, they have welcomed Raila as one of their men or one of their boys. So basically, Wekesa, that's the meaning of that whole video.
Yeah. I have a question to Ochieng. Why is he laughing?
Yeah, I'm laughing
Ochieng,
because
why is he laughing?
Mugambi is saying, hello,
Yeah.
hello. Mugambi is saying that the old lady never knew that Raila is a human being.
No, it's a good man, not a human being. Come on.
But that is what you have said. That is
But
what you have said, my friend.
actually, what they have been told in the area of Mount Kenya, when you was told someone is Kimodo is like an ogre. Like, do you remember the story of vampires that we were told? They were told Raila is a Kimodo. Kimodo is not a human being. It
Yeah.
is something dangerous more than human being. That's why I'm saying now they appreciate that Raila shares the blood as they do. He talks as they do,
So
and the woman is so happy.
Who has told them that Raila is not a human being?
Everybody, as I'm from Mount Kenya, and everybody, they always tell the people like that. That is not a secret. Even when they were in Meru, the governor there said in the mic in the podium that they were saying bad things about Baba. You cannot say who was saying.
Let me ask
Even
this.
today,
Let me
even
ask
today,
this. Let me
even
ask
today,
this.
Ochieng, even today, Maura said that selling Raila to Mount Kenya is like selling the pig in Saudi Arabia. He said that today.
Yeah, I don't know why you're saying wait, I'm from Mount Kenya, I'm a Meru, and I know they always say like that. So there is nothing you can tell me.
Susan, sijakata. What I'm asking is, who is this who told you that Raila is not a human being? And as this person come back to you and told you that, no, I thought that he was a human being, but right now here he is, he's not a human, he's a human being. As in, as the person come back to you, or you are the one who has realized that, oh, kumbe, we were being told that Raila is not a human being, and kumbe Raila is a human being. That one I'm directing to you, Susan.
Ocheng, that question can be answered simply. When you put a post on WhatsApp, it's answered on WhatsApp. If you put a post on Facebook, it's answered, a comment comes on Facebook. If you had it in the media, you still hear it in the media. You don't have, he doesn't have to come. Because Susan is not in Kenya. He had it through the media that Raila is not a human being. He still hears through the media that Raila is a human being. Why do you want it to be the other way around?
Let me tell you, the Ochieng, they were so surprised.
That old mama doesn't read newspaper, neither I'm hoping so. The old mama doesn't read newspaper. The old mama.
In fact, the old mama has confessed like this. Raila tunaonanga kwa TV, hata mimi sisikii Kikuyu lakini kuna parts nilisikia.
Ukweli.
Tunaonanga kwa TV.
Exactly.
Kumbe ni mtu muturi. Sio
ni mtu.
Wekesa.
Okay, Mukambi has come, Tembe has come to interpret it.
Yes, maybe to answer huyu Ochieng anauliza kama wale watu walisema Raila ni mbaya ndio anasema ni mzuri. Kama ulisikiza speech ya Kiraito juzi,
yes,
Park, alielezea vizuri sana, akasema wamekuwa wakienda huko Meru wanadanganya watu Raila ni mbaya, but actually Raila ni mtu mzuri sana, ni competition tu ilikuwa hapo ya siasa. and since they enda Kikuyu candidate walikuwa na yeye ndiye ako karibu kuliko Raila, so that's why they were supporting nani wa Kikuyu wanaambia wa Meru Raila ni mbaya, but in real sense he is the best and they know that.
Let me also contribute. Let me also
You
contribute.
can't use Kiraitu's argument to support whatever you're saying, because remember, after saying that, like he said that I think on Thursday, then on Friday he again wrote something on the same, saying that he never meant what he said previous day. You saw that?
The fact remains that alisema and it's on record.
Yes. Ochieng.
Lakini itabidi
here we speak facts and we give our opinion.
Kiraitu wrote it is still on his page.
No.
Previous one we still have the videos.
No.
What other evidence do you need?
You and me, we are not foreigners in this country. We are relating what that mama said, and it has been interpreted.
Excuse me, I think it was misinterpreted, and that's why I joined the show. The woman did not say that Raila is not a human being. She said that they have been told Raila is a bad person. So
that is what I'm saying.
Murumbi said, John said that she was told Raila is not a human being. That is what John said, not the woman. The woman just said that they've been told he's bad, and she came to see for herself today. She came with her son, and she has looked at Raila, and he's a good person, and he has even come to them. Even the Uhuru they vote for, they have never seen him there. So she was thanking Raila for going there and telling him when he gets into presidency to remember the old people, because even the present government doesn't think about the old people. And then she thanked him.
Okay. Now,
thank you, Ashley. Thank you.
Your interpretation is now a little bit detailed.
Ochieng, in this country, we understand the history of the mountain and Raila Odinga. It is even believed.
Today pitched his Azimio la Umoja unity campaign before a delegation of Meru leaders and professionals led by Meru Governor Kiraitu Murungi. Odinga's meeting with the Meru delegation is seen as part of an intensifying campaign to create inroads for the ODM leader in the Mount Kenya region ahead of the 2022 elections. Chemtai Goin reports.
Myself with the report. Led by Meru Governor Kiraitu Murungi, political leaders and professionals from the Meru region held a consultative meeting with ODM leader Raila Odinga, with discussions touching on, among other things, miraa farming in the wake of a ban of miraa export to Somalia, the United Kingdom and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The export ban, the leaders said, has devastated miraa farmers.
We want miraa to appear in our supermarkets. We want even those wazungus who don't want to eat leaves to drink miraa juice and miraa wine in Europe. So we want you to support us in that enterprise as an engineer and as an industrialist.
The Mount Kenya region, including Meru, consistently voted against Odinga in previous elections, a trend leaders at the forum pledged to reverse.
Those demons that we planted, the crocodiles which we put in the rivers, we are going to remove them so that you can take people to Canaan.
Because Raila is not a demon. Raila is a human being as you see him, and he has always been a good friend of the Meru. We should really watch out on the question of propaganda, because it's one which causes division and political unrest.
And in a response to Deputy President William Ruto's hustler campaign, the leaders accused the DP of politics of deceit.
To everybody, even those who don't mean it, are talking the economic language of the poor.
I just wanted to capture that part that Kiraitu said so that we we say these things are not here or there, but the reality is Raila on the mountain had been perceived as somebody who is not ordinary. You see the language they are using.
I liked Kiraitu's last post on Facebook.
No, we are talking, leave alone that. What we are saying, the argument is this. We are saying that there is a campaign that went viral against Raila, that this guy is not a normal human being. In fact, even today, Raila himself said that kuna watu walisema mimi ni mganga. Kuna ubaya gani? Okay, he's trying to confront that monster created a perception about Raila. Are you getting the point? So he tried to confront that monster created. Some say ni the worshipper, some say ni mganga, and some say he's not a human being, actually.
Yes, and even today Kamau said to that walikuwa wanaambia watoto wa Mount Kenya wakikosa kukula ati kuleni chakula ama tuite kiria kimudu. Sasa si unaona? Yeah, it's true.
There's that politics.
All in all, we are talking about politics one on one.
Yeah, every politician is
Raila,
let me tell you, every politician
Raila has decided to face it, and the way he's facing it, he's also doing a lot of injustice to himself, because he's opening a lot of that is for the sake of ODMers. He's opening a lot of gates, which may be hard for him to close.
What gates?
Because we are talking in this case, we are talking about propaganda, and on this, he's trying to, as Wekesa said, he's trying to face all these propagandas, all these things which people have been saying about him in Mount Kenya. He's trying to face them one by one. He started by the Muganga one, and is not a human being one. On the Muganga one, I think he will fail big time, because he's opening a very big gate, which I think it will take him so many years to close. And we only have close to 10 months to the general.
There is no problem. I think in a Digo, when he was being given his name in a Digo community, it was something, it's mean like Mganga, and he was not given last year, or I don't know what you want to tell us, Ochieng.
So Ochieng,
I don't get you.
When you are contemplating about Raila being Muganga, how do you associate?
What is Ochieng is saying, and I see that myself.
Because people are saying Ruto is a thief.
No,
and even
no.
today,
What he's saying,
people are
Ochieng
throwing
is saying
stones at him, saying he's a thief.
What Ochieng is saying, he's saying that Raila himself has opened a gate for people, not Ochieng himself. He's saying what he foresees is the same words being used against him when he says Mganga, especially people who are church going will use that to say they cannot associate themselves with Mungaga. It's not him, it's what he's put himself in a place where those words will be used
and
against
that is the best strategy, to hit the nail on the head direct. And that's why he spoke in church, by the way. He's not even speaking anywhere else. He spoke the words when he was in church. So he wanted to confront the demons direct.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Susan and Ochieng are not honest in this conversation.
No, why now you are calling me?
Susan, let me speak. Raila didn't.
Why are you shouting?
No. Raila didn't speak before that old mama. Raila speak after. You know? That
Who
mama said,
what are you saying?
You are confusing me with Ashley.
There is an Ashley and there is Susan, so you are confusing them.
Yeah, you're
the one.
confusing me with
Let him
Ashley.
go on.
Okay, whatever,
Susan,
whatever.
let him go on. Huh?
Wekesa, let us say these things. Ochieng, you've told us that Raila is opening a gate for him to be branded Muganga. My brother, what is the difference? He has listened to those people saying they were being told yeye ni Muganga. And he has come actually to prove he is not the same person as they were being told. So what gates is he opening? You know? Because if it is Muganga, they have said it before. If it is Kimodo, they have said it before. What gates is he opening?
Hata kanisa kabla uokoke, hata kanisani kabla uokoke lazima ungame dhambi yako. Useme mimi nilikuwa mlevi na ninatubu. Hawezi kuassume tu watu watasahau. You don't just assume people will forget.
And you know, you're asking what gate he's opening. You watch the next the few days or the next month, people will say he even confirmed himself that he's yeye ni mganga. Yeye mwenyewe amejisema yeye ni mganga. Na si mimi nasema.
Let me ask you, how did Ruto confront the issues of wealth? See, he came and even added. He said, even I have this, I also have the shares in Safaricom. You confront it directly. You don't run away from it.
No, he's not. He's not. He's wealthy. It's not a sin to be wealthy. I think the question is, have you acquired your wealth in the right way? Because it's not bad to be wealthy. It's not.
That is what we are saying. Is he confronted those people who are saying he was not, or he was hiding behind hustler, but he put it plain. So what we are saying, Raila is also putting plain on the issues to do with Waganga. He's saying, he's speaking his mind. Yes.
And I think people don't understand when someone says that they're fighting for hustlers. When you say you're fighting for hustlers, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are one. It just means, unaweza kumeomoka, and you're looking back to help those you left behind.
Hapana, alisema yeye ni hustler.
You guys have been editing this thing called hustle. If you go from where you began and where you are, is completely different. Where you began as hustlers versus dynasty. Then they edited it. Up to now, when they realize they have been confronted so much, they change the whole narrative.
Ashley,
this is what
Mr. Wekesa, Ochieng, today,
allow me to talk. You asked me a question.
Today in Kieni, as you are coming to you love time to respond to that. In Kieni, there is somewhere
don't ask me a lot of questions.
There is somewhere people were stoning and chanting thief, a thief, a thief, a thief. So how is the deputy president also prepared to confront that, because he has been branded a thief since 20.
So you know what? On that question, I think you can't.
Susan, hey, you let me also answer. I go on.
Ochieng, you are confusing me and Ashley. I haven't talked. I'm just quiet. It is Ashley. Ashley, something like that.
Ladies first. Go on.
Ochieng, go ahead.
Ochieng, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean this, by saying that Raila has opened a lot of gates, which may take him a lot of time to close. I mean this. You know, you people have been saying that Ruto is a thief, Ruto is a thief, Ruto is a thief. But over time, he started confronting this way back in 2018. You see, up to now, you people are still singing Ruto is a thief, Ruto is a thief. And in fact, is who? Omoke. Omoke is talking of Ruto is a thief shouting happening in Mount Kenya today. Up to this moment, how many years to today? So many. In fact, they're about 2-3 years. So today, Raila accepted that he's a mganga. or to you, let me say, he debunked that. He debunked that by saying that, oh, people have been saying, but in real sense, is not. You see, so he started it right now. Tell me, we have about 10 months to the general election. How many months will it take to make it stick to the people that is not the Muganga which people have been talking about?
But Ocheng, Dennis, let me comment this because I'm leaving. Ocheng, you rather share the truth to people you may convert 1, 2, 3 than to leave all of them who just believes that you're Muganga. And so there are a few, in fact, that Mama's clip was a confession that a few people can be converted. When they meet you and they know who you are, they get converted. So, rather than just leaving it to fate that now because they know I am Muganga, wacha tu niachane nayo. You rather convert even if, and that's why the argument has been, you cannot do the Mount Kenya challenge. So you can maybe convert maybe 10% only. And so Raila is going to Mount Kenya knowing there is it's an uphill task, but there are few people who will be converted in the process. Even the way Kiraitu was saying, if you listen to somebody, Kina Peter Kenneth, the way they were saying, if you listen to Kina Wairia, Mwangi Wairia, the way they were saying, then you realize there are few people who have a different perception of Raila now and the Raila when they were campaigning 2017. So you don't have to convert the whole movement to Raila, but a few of them will get the gospel and get converted, and that is his target.
And if I may add,
and they used to say, before you go, Wekesa, tell Ochieng that with the same name Muganga, we all know how many votes Raila got in 2007. We know how many votes he got in 2013. We have the numbers of 2017, even the server has not been opened. So what are you telling us, Bwana?
My friend.
So what is the point? I've not gotten the point.
If we start talking about
just a moment. Just a moment.
No, the point of Dennis is this. He's saying that only a few sections of Kenyans believe that he's a Muganga, maybe from one region. The rest didn't bother with that. That's the idea.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the rest don't care.
Oh, okay.
You know something about
we know it's a smear campaign. We just know it's a smear campaign because we know who Raila is. So
okay, can I say something? I don't want to be told I'm interfering, but if I keep quiet, I'll never talk. Can I say something?
Susan, go on.
I'm not Susan. This is Ashley.
Ashley, go on.
I wanted to say, I'm sorry, Susan. I wanted to say that those who matter don't care, and those who care do not matter. So if someone calls you a thief and you're not a thief, just know those who matter to you don't care, and those who care do not matter. So even from Ganga should feel the same. I don't feel the need to explain yourself to people who know you, because even though you explain yourself, they find something else to say about you. So I think if I was Ruto personally and they kept calling me Mganga, a thief, I would take them to court for defamation. That I would do that. I would take one of those big people who call me a thief to come to court and say what I stole and bring evidence. Because it's wrong for you to defame someone that way. And then it is also incitement. I would take them to court for incitement, because when you keep saying that about a leader and then people form on the road and start doing things that can cause harm and disturb the peace, then I don't see what more would be incitement than that. And that is what, those are drums of war being beaten. And who is this beating those drums of war? I would make them answerable.
Ashley, you want to mean that the Baba can take the people who called him Mganga when they know that he's not a Mganga to the court?
But
those
calling
big people.
someone a Mganga is not abusing somebody, but calling someone a thief, a person of a high caliber like Deputy President, is not only defamation, it also has proof that is also a disturbance of peace and incitement. Because if people are coming on the road and saying and hitting the car and saying thief, thief, and you know what people do with thieves in Kenya, they can do mob justice, then that is a security concern. And those people who
So
are
according
inciting
to you,
people
Ashley, what
need
is
to
a
be held
defamation?
accountable, because we have security,
just
we
a
have
moment.
avenues where like security where you can take that information so that someone
Ashley,
can be charged.
Ashley,
So
I
Mganga
said,
is not
Okay,
defamation,
okay.
but this is a defamation.
I am the one who
One at
said
a
Ruto
time.
is a thief. I am
One
the
at a
one who said
time.
Ruto is a thief. Let me substantiate.
Unajua mganga like Raila said anaponyesha watu
Omweke.
wanaenda kwa mganga kuponeshwa,
Omweke.
huyo ni daktari wa mitishamba.
Ashley, I am the one who said Ruto is a thief. Let me substantiate.
No, we can't
Please
help you
do.
with that. You go to DCI.
Yo, let me substantiate first. Ruto was taken to court, having taken a land belonging to the late Muteshi. The courts convicted him, and he was told to return the land of that Muteshi and a fine of 5 million, meaning it was proven that Ruto stole that 5-acre land from Muteshi. So to me, the conclusion I'm drawing that Ruto is a thief is substantiated by law.
So according
So
to
now,
you,
can you
Omweke,
tell us?
Omweke,
Can you
can
also
I ask
tell
you a
us
question? Can I
why you
ask you a
believe
question, Omweke?
Raila is a Muganga?
Dennis, can I ask you a question with your submission?
Yes, ask me.
Was Ruto taken to court because of stealing or because of a misunderstanding of a land? Because that
Ruto,
one can be proved right now.
yes, I can prove it.
Was he charged as a thief?
Ruto was charged having been in a possession of a land that is not belonging to him, and Mutesi protested in court. The
Okay,
court
so if we bring the petitions, because I think you understand the court proceedings, if the petition has been filed, will the plaintiff and the complainant read that the charges brought to him were that of robbery or thieving?
The land was grabbed from Muteshi.
Is that what is written
No,
on
we
the
want to
petition
know
paper?
what was the exact charge. Don't tell us grabbed. What was the charge?
Was that the petition?
It is not my responsibility to give you the
Okay,
details.
then
Now
don't
that you
say
don't have
you
such
either own it or you
responsibility,
don't.
bring facts, and bring something that you can be able to substantiate. Allow me to bring in Bernard. Bernard, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone.
Good evening to you.
I'm glad to be here at this time, and I'm enjoying the debate. And like I've said before, it's important that we remain factual and not just scoring bunker points. You know, you can win the argument and lose the war.
Thank you, sir.
Our main focus here is Kenya as a country. But from the developing story or the current news, it's important that we become as tolerant as possible.
But someone is asking you, why are you laughing, sir?
I am because of the struggle you were bringing up by trying to defend a case that is not brought before the court. Or if you want to get the facts about the Muteshi land case, that is a historical. Just seek the information is available. You should not even ask for it on this platform.
Actually,
that's
I'm
a case
posting
that was.
I'm posting it here. I'm posting
No.
it here. The plaintiff plus the complainant, none of them raised what Omweke is saying. He's busy saying and shouting from the rooftop that Ruto is a thief, and that is how he was proving it. I was only trying to bring home that that was not the issue in court. It's like saying that the issue in court, for example, for the BBI, just one moment, it's like saying the issue that was on court in BBI, for example, at the court said that because 4 million people approved it, it's now law. It's buying two things that are not related. The courts were not ruling about those 4 million people who signed. They were ruling against the process. It is the questions that were asked to the court that were answered. So I've asked Omweke if there was a question on if Ruto was a thief. So he didn't answer it. and that wasn't really a question in the complainant. And in
Now,
any case,
Jakes,
it was a land matter.
have
And
you
it
ever
is a
had
public
any case
domain,
in
so
court
let's not lie. Yeah?
in that framework you're trying to paint? Have you ever had a case in court that
Personally,
asks somebody whether he's a thief or not?
In a court of law is an institution that proves you guilty from an innocent perspective. In fact, outside here we say you are innocent until proven guilty. The charges brought to court is what we should
the
say.
case involves land ownership.
Exactly,
Land
Bernard.
ownership. Somebody has land in possession
was the question
that doesn't belong to him.
before the court, Bernard, was the question before the court that of thieving? Okay.
There is no question before the court about thieving.
Who knows
And
what
there is
was
no
the
English
question?
word called thieving.
Who knows what exactly was the charge?
It is called stealing.
Yeah, but I don't think he was charged with
Let's do
stealing.
this. Let's do this. Jakes is looking for us the website where that information is. He will put it there. Then we'll be able to get the information. But we cannot play around words when things that are obvious. One of the things that we need to accept as Kenyans, if we're going to move forward, is to call a spade and not a big spoon. As much as we would want to pull for our preferred candidates, if they are wrong, they are wrong. If they are right, they are right. We don't have to always be painting black into white just for the sake of the argument. I think we are spending too much time on that, and it's not helping this country. As much as everybody wants to be seen in good light, there is the dark side of us, and we cannot even run away from it. And so if somebody is casting light on your dark side, you don't have to say you are not the one, or everybody says it's not the one. Politics is about trying to run down each other, but let's run down each other on facts, not just hearsay and stories. And if somebody is guilty of something or has been found guilty of something, that's a fact. Let it be taken like that, not we try to turn it around and paint it and repreach it, rebrand it to make it acceptable. As at now, it is now okay to steal in Kenya or do what? To take something that doesn't belong to you and then blame it on politics. You say it's my political enemies.
Let us stay factual. Why don't we wait for Jake to give us the charge itself, and then we can come to a conclusion on that? Because I actually don't know what the charge was.
That's why I'm giving it a general overview, as Jake finds us that. But it's an old case. It has been concluded. In fact, it was concluded outside court. They asked for outside court settling when matters became too much.
But that guy died.
Can I say something?
Yeah, he died when he got his land back. So I hope his children have inherited it, or tables changed. I don't know. All the same, I was talking about the DP's visit in Central and the chaos that came in, and the blame game that is on right now. Who planted what? Who sent who where?
Just one moment. It's a lot of documentation, but you can read it on your own. It's filed under civil suit number 510 of 2010 under the Kenyan law, and it is Gilbert Mteshi versus Ruto and 4 others. The summary of what was charged, what the plaintiff presented, and all is there. So it's something you can read. So
can you read the summary?
So for the person who was busy calling him a thief, I think next time please read. That's how you're differentiated from a propaganda to someone who can verify facts. Bernard, go ahead.
Okay. Like I was saying, the in story right now about the chaos and the DP's visit to Central. We are just warming up for the political season, and we cannot afford that kind of reaction from people or from political, machineries that are being deployed to run down one another. I think we need to allow everybody to go and sell whatever they are selling wherever they want to sell it. And at the end of the day, the decision is ours, whether to go with the person or not. So let everybody be free to go everywhere. But I know that is an old book for rules for Kanu of zoning different regions and stopping other people from going to those places. That's an old tactic that doesn't need to be deployed at this point in time. I think we are too mature for that. Let us leave that kind of politics for the people.
Bernard.
We are too mature.
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
Bernard, did you
Who is
saw
that?
the guy, Jonathan? Did you saw the guy that was, you guys are not talking of that. Did you saw the guy that was beaten and the people were shouting, hustler, hustler, and the guy was beaten thoroughly? I don't know what he does. I think he was shouting, maybe we don't want Ruto in a year. Then the guy was beaten with a lot of people in they are saying, hustler, hustler. Then he was being beaten very bad. Did you saw the clip?
I'm yet to see the clip, but what I mean is, I know what happens. There are things that happen by themselves, others are made to happen. But in politics, nothing is out of chance. Everything, in most cases, is prearranged. And so there should be people who prearranged that. But all the same, as young people especially, let us be watchful and understand that this particular venture you're being invited into, are you willing to lose your life for it? Is it worth you losing your life for it? And that's what I really want us, especially young people, to grasp. People fight for the nation for a cause, a worthwhile cause. And somebody becoming president is not a worthwhile cause. Let there be something more serious than that. How do you go to put your life at risk because you want to make somebody president? Let it be that you want to make the country rich, or you want to end some ills, some mistreatment. What drove our forefathers to the mountain, to the caves, to fight the colonial masters was the mistreatment and the dehumanization of the black man. Let it be something more serious than just somebody wanting to get into an office. Getting into an office is normal, and it's not a do or die thing. And I don't want all this whatever premium we are placing on the presidents. Nobody will die for not becoming president, and nobody will die for becoming president. So we don't need that, especially at this point in time. And for the DP, I think there are times when you have to change your tag in terms of the daring of the state and the doing nitafanya mtadu. That attitude needs to change. The DP's wing needs to recheck and look on the different ways of negotiating out their politics. You can't use one way of doing politics forever. And that's what makes the difference between Jaramogi and Raila. What has kept Raila relevant and useful in politics is knowing when to change tag, knowing when to retreat, knowing when to negotiate, knowing when to fight. But you can't fight all through. It doesn't work that way. We cannot be a fighting nation. We need to be a working nation. We need to be a developing nation. We need to be a progressive people. And civility requires that you negotiate your way where you can't fight your way through. You can't fight everything. Back to the Bible, since I'm a Bible teacher, you will forgive me if the Bible irritates you. Jesus said, if you are going to fight an army, then you look at your army and the army you're going to fight. He said, if what they have is more than what you have, don't call for war. Call for peace. Call for negotiation. Call for discussion. The DP needs to be schooled in the school of negotiating some things. You don't have to just thump every day. It doesn't work well. It's not painting a good picture to the young people, and it's not showing him as president material. Now, I know I'll be bashed for it, But presidential material, you need to be more cohesive, you need to be more accommodative, and you need to be more tolerant, not always daring and provoking and calling people names. No. Presidential material has a nation at heart and wants the best for the nation, not the best for himself, not the best for his community, not the best for his political party. The best for the nation. And the best for this nation is everyone on the table and everyone carried along. That when you go to bed, you're carrying all the 44 plus tribes with you to bed and waking up with it. Their concern, their well-being, the children going to school, healthcare, infrastructure, industrialization. That's what needs to preoccupy you as presidential material. But if you are only in the race for presidents to become president, that's what is most important to you, is this disappointing. I choose to end there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. Allow me to give someone else before I entertain some questions. Let me have Mugambi. Mugambi, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jakes, for this moment. Let me begin by speaking against what has happened today in Kieni. I think it is the high time that the country and the people in different parts of the country become tolerant for political competition. The picture that have been portrayed today in Kieni, I really don't think if Raila goes to Rift Valley, you would like to get such a reception, or even anyone from Mount Kenya going to Rift Valley. I don't think there's anyone who would like to have such a reception. Let allow our leaders to visit different parts of our country. I know political hits are going up day by day, and I really would wish and pray that let us not drive our country to where it was around in 2007, because if we don't remember what happened, let's try to test it and then we'll regret the rest of our life. I think Ruto is the deputy president of this country. As long as I don't support him and I don't subscribe to his philosophy, let him get time to go to Mount Kenya. You can boo someone, but throwing a stone, putting roadblocks on the road, burning tires on the road, that is not called for at all. Because if we go in that trend, I'm very sure there are some parts of this country that will be hotspots even before we go to the next year's election. And then we'll have so many restrictions which will get a negative ripple effect to the common mwananchi. That said, I want now to talk on the topic that I was seeing running at the bottom about Mount Kenya and how Ruto could be sliding off the grip of Mount Kenya and Raila climbing the mountain. I think as far as I'm concerned, our priority now is not who hosts Mount Kenya or who is coming out of Mount Kenya. We need people with the demonstrable characters of a presidency, not a president. A president, we need a person who is mature enough to tolerate everyone. A good leader should be slow to anger, not vengeful. A person who is ready to accommodate everyone. I know our deputy president has tried his best to accommodate everyone. Our president has, and the opposition leader, despite all the torture that he has gone through, he has forgiven and forgotten. So it's upon we as citizens to decide who we are going to support. And for the prosperity of our country, let the best candidate win. But what Deputy President also has done today is uncalled for, to my views, because if we know what the COVID-19 has caused in our country for the last 1 year plus, nobody in his right mind could do what he did today. Yes, I know he went to Kieni. He was blocked, but it was not called for him to revenge by trying to show his mighty, mobilizing the groundwork to have the crown that we had in Githurai. Anyone in Kenya who subscribes to Deputy President's philosophy, subscribe to him, but when he comes to your area, don't at all try to risk your life. Look at Githurai. We know the kind of people who are in Githurai. We know what they do. We know their livelihood. We know some of them, their health could be compromised. They have access to not so good health centers. So today, if a number of them got that disease, what is the ripple effect in the next 14 days, surely? And is that presidential? Is that act of deputy president something that should be done by a person who claims to have the future of the poor and the rich in this country? I think as long as we love the deputy president, let us call him off when he does when he does something that is uncalled for. And for what he did today, that one is unpresidential. And any rational person who has been supporting him should rethink about his support. At the same time, if whatever happened in Kieni, head and hand of any leader within and outside Mount Kenya, also they should be called off. Because if we trend that way, and then next week we have President or Moses Kuria going to Rift Valley was an issue, and then he gets such a reception, the people from Nakuru are going to suffer because Nakuru is kind of the boundary between Rift Valley and Mount Kenya. About Baba and what he said today in the church, I know very many people are going to try to politicize the issue. But if I listened to Raila, what he's saying that some people have been calling me Muganga. Kwani shida waganga iko wapi? Waganga wanaponya. But after that, he said, I am a Christian who subscribes to a faith of a church. Meaning, Raila was trying to say that people call me Muganga. I have no issue with Muganga, but I subscribe to Christianity. So let us differentiate such narratives, because if I hear people of high caliber like Ashley trying to smear everything to say that Raila said is Muganga, no. It shows the extent that Raila can go to accommodate everyone. Be a thief, be a corrupt person, be a Christian, he is ready to work with all of you. And those are the kind of people that we want to lead this country.
Now, Mugambi, after listening to you,
I'm not done.
Just one question before that point goes away. You have said he's ready to work with thieves and any other form of crime you have mentioned.
I'm saying he is accommodative.
To you, that's an attribute of a leader.
Even a murderer.
I'm saying he is being accommodative. Being accommodative does not mean you compromise with them.
What exactly, Jakes, are you asking?
I know.
I'm asking as per Mugambi.
Hold on, Mugambi. Let me get Jakes' question.
Mugambi has listed a list of vices and said that Baba is accommodative to all those forms of vices. And then he concluded by saying that as per him, that's an attribute of a leader, being accommodative to all those vices.
Atawapeleka kwa mganga wakapondwe.
So really, tell us here tonight, how is that an attribute?
Jakes, listen to me. Listen to me. Some of us here said in the streets of Nairobi and wherever we go, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And a good leader is a person who is going to accommodate whoever is being surcharged in a given crime until he or she is convicted by the court of law. So we don't want a leader.
Can you repeat that part? What have you said?
I've said that in the street, people say anyone is innocent until proven guilty. Okay. We don't want a leader. Sorry?
Continue.
We don't want a leader who always condemns people and brags them the name before they are proven guilty by the court of law. That was absent, and that's a kind of a president that we want.
So in short, you want Ruto, right? Because he has not been proven guilty in a court of law.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Until you are proven guilty in a court of law. Look at Ruto, look at Raila.
We have you will allow me to intercept Jakes.
Listen, Jakes. I know.
Just a moment, Gambi. Just a moment. Shortly. It won't be long. Okay. This aspect of throwing in accommodating thieves and the rest. I mean, are we not just, we want to relegate the constitution and the rule of morality?
Those are the exact words from Mugambi. I've borrowed a
No, Jakes. There are standards, minimal requirement standards that cannot be violated. Just on the aspect of Baba being tolerant, you remember when the members of parliament were going to make a law against the hustler narrative? Baba was on the forefront and said there is no way you're going to make a law to hinder somebody's political wherever, as much as it doesn't flow with Ruto's political agenda. But when they were cooking on how to make a law to make it unconstitutional for the hustler dynasty, whatever narrative to continue, Baba stood on the forefront and called people not to go ahead with that kind of a thing. That is accommodative, one. Two, demonstrating leadership, that even if we differ politically, there are some laws that if they are implemented will not just harm the person. I wouldn't want harm to a person simply because I don't agree with him politically.
Okay, well said, Bernard. But the same can also be said about Ruto, because him in the same breath has also defended the constitution, or else has defended the rights of others.
In fact, Jakes
it is the two sides of the coin.
Just listen to me 1 minute.
Wait,
what
Bernard,
I'm saying
it's not
let's
about
stop
being
all this. Let's stop all this even so and even so. We are not adolescents who want to compare each other to see who has scored what.
Bernard,
there is no law in this country that says if Raila does it, Ruto should do it. Or if Ruto does it, Raila should do it. There is no law like that in this country. And there's no law like that in the entire world. Let us push what is viable, not because Ruto did it, Raila should do it, or because Raila did it, Ruto should do it. Like the post somebody's pushing here that Raila does a meeting and then when Ruto does a meeting is evil. Their leadership is supposed to be demonstrated in the sense of responsibility. Ruto has been preaching to us on how the government doesn't have priorities right. They are not fighting COVID, they are pushing BBI. Now, he's the one pushing what? Contravening. Now COVID is no longer urgent. It's no longer priority. We can now put it to hold because he needs to be president and he has to address everybody everywhere.
So, thank you. Thank you.
As per you, correct.
Jakes.
Go ahead, Mugambi.
I think, Jakes, you should understand the point of argument where I am. I have not favored any leader. I have not, as long as I support one side of the campaign, my argument was so neutral. I have called off one side, and I was going to call off the other side, and before you interjected myself. So what I was saying is, as long as maybe I don't support Ruto, it shouldn't be personal that I hate Ruto as a person. As Mugambi, I don't support Ruto on his ideologies, his philosophies, and how he thinks things should be done for our country, and its route to the governance. To end my argument for today, in Mount Kenya, we know it's like a sure bet that we are not going to have a strong presidential candidates. We know Mount Kenya, if we don't take care, me, Jakes, Ashley, and Susan, and the rest, we are going to be a swing vote. And when a region is perceived either rightfully or wrongfully,
Mugambi, can I ask a question? As a swing vote, don't you think we need to put all these leaders that before we give you our votes, you ought to demonstrate more than words, more than your character and all. Because by the end of the day, I don't just want us to give ourselves to people simply because we have the numbers or simply because someone has a euphoria and all. Can't we create a moment where we say, for you to get our votes, you must prove yourself beyond reasonable doubt?
Actually, today I am not so much on confrontational side. I agree with
What
you,
is this
Jake.
called our vote? Yes. What is this called our vote? Jake, you have one vote.
Exactly.
So
Same to
is
you.
every individual in the
It's what
mountain.
I'm
There is
saying,
no
Bernard. If you
basket called
listen,
mountain
Bernard, if
vote.
you listen without your
No,
urge to
that goes
argue, you
against
would
the whole
understand.
purpose of democracy.
I have
Democracy,
said,
kila
and
mtu
I'll say
atoke
it
kwa nyumba na
again.
kura yake apige
Exactly.
individually.
I
Hakuna
have
kura ya
said.
group.
You see the problem with you. You want to shout and all, but if you listen and just keep quiet, you'll understand. I've said, your single vote should have sense. You don't just need to wake up very early in the morning and go vote. Your vote should have meaning. Your vote should mean an impact to your life. Be it who becomes president, MCA, whatever seat, but your vote should count. It's not just a matter of wasting your sleep, queuing in a line, and then by the end of the day, it is the same old shit we have been in all over again. So by the end of the day, if we cannot change it now,
Jakes.
we can as well say mtu apige venye
I don't
anajua.
see how I did not understand what you meant. You are even making it
You
worse.
just want us to sing
The
a praise
decision
song like
of
I
who
used.
to vote for, how to vote must be individual for the vote to be valid.
Exactly.
The
And
moment when it is
your
truth,
vote should
it
have an
becomes
impact.
manipulative. And when it becomes manipulative, it will always give us the wrong results that we have always been having, that has kept us on the same spot for 60 years. So if we want to go
It is
forward,
such kind of
let
your
us
voting that
accept
has
the
caused the
whole
same.
democratic process to take place.
It is such ideas that you're bringing that has brought this. I'm saying, and I'll say it again, every vote should matter. Ayaga needs services, Jonathan needs hospitals, Ochieng needs roads to be constructed. It is not about the leader on the seat. It is us receiving the rights concerning our votes. And this Kasumba of Mount Kenya and all, this thing
Jakes,
should come to an end.
Jakes, Jakes.
Yes, sir.
Actually, people should know that Mount Kenya, having had a president for the last 20 years, some part of Mount Kenya, they are poorer than some part in the coast and other part of the region.
Thank you,
So
Mugambi.
having a
Exactly.
person as a president does not privilege any region. But the people that you elect as MPs and the governors, they determine now the trickle down of the development of the people.
And that's what
we
we should.
know.
And that's what I'm saying. Our vote should mean something. It's not just putting someone in office. I don't know if you're through. I want to bring Ayaga.
Yes.
When does a vote mean something? What do you mean a vote should mean something? A vote is a vote.
Jakes.
Explain what you mean by a vote should mean something.
Now,
Jakes.
I think, yes. I don't know who is calling my name.
Okay, I'm done. Jakes, I'm done. Just give the next person.
You know, there are some questions that are rhetorical. Ayaga, go ahead.
It is Dennis here.
I wanted to give people who haven't spoken before. So Dennis, just wait a minute. Ayaga, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, brother Ben. How are you? Long time.
Yes, long time.
Thank you very much. So, I'm here for only two things. I heard the likes of Ochieng are bringing the analogy of Raila and Mganga. What Raila used today is called reverse psychology. Reverse psychology, that you cannot wrestle with a pig. Because if you wrestle with a pig, he will lower you to his level and beat you with experience. So Raila play on their ground so that they can swim and dance on their ground. So Raila used that very well, and they didn't detect that. That is the only problem they have, that this guy was trapping us. We have been saying yeye ni mganga, amekubali yeye ni mganga wa kutibu watu. Bado wana insist. Number two, the case of a thief, and these so many cases tumewekewa hapa, zimeandikwa. What is a thief and why should you be called a thief? Number one, when you encroach in somebody's property without his legal, without his or her authority, yeah, the encroachment, or having somebody staying in your house without that guy's information, like murder. Today I can kill somebody, yeah. I will go to court. I will say now charge me with manslaughter. I was provoked to kill or whatever. The fact remains that I killed somebody. A killer is a killer. But the way I'm going to defend myself does not make me the first remain that that guy's land was taken with somebody who is not the owner. And it was proven that was proven in the court. And that is a thief. So you can't defend somebody who have been taken to court, processed, and even ordered by court to return the same property and even to pay the legal fee, which he never pays until the guy dies. He never paid the legal fee because when that guy was going to court, he never asked William for his money. The guy was going for with his own money. So he ought to have paid that guy the legal fee. That he never. That is a thief. That is a thief, and that is a thief, and there is no way you can call such a person. I think I'm done. Hiyo ndio ilinileta hapa.
I have a question for Ayaga.
Asante sana. Ashley, before you ask a question, someone at the comment section is saying, Ayaga, do you know the law? You utajibu baadaye. Only an evicted thief is a thief. I don't know what you mean by an evicted thief.
What
you have said that someone who has encroached a land is termed as a thief. Now someone is asking. Yeah. Now someone is asking you.
I say someone's property.
Now someone is asking
him. People like Patrick Mushiri, these are wheelbarrow minds. No, they know nothing about the law.
They don't have to abuse him, just answer his question.
If somebody, you know that I'm not abusing.
The question should help the debate, please. Not every question. I beg.
Those are rhetorical questions.
Okay.
I'm seeing.
In fact, I think I have so according to you, if now I can ask the question correctly, according to you, an encroached person who encroaches a land is a thief.
Yes, someone's property. Yeah.
Someone's property. That's a thief. Yeah. When charged in a court of law, what you're given us types of charges that may be brought to court. You have said manslaughter. You have said murder. So what penal code would be raised on someone who?
I think we are taking so long to discuss this issue, and it's 2:05 a.m. I think let me help Ayaga to answer this question.
Not really. Ayaga is well able to answer the question. Ayaga, go ahead.
So this question of a thief and a muganga, actually, the issue of William Ruto being a thief came up when we started discussing about the muganga that was the name muganga that was tagged with Raila Odinga. So to put this issue to rest, it is a perception. The same way a perception was created that Raila Odinga is a muganga. It is the same way those people who are not supporting William Ruto, you know.
So Omweke, before you go ahead, do you want to mean, but after calling him a thief, you want to call him now that the thief's charge is a perception? That's what I'm saying.
No. without even going there, I've not explained my perception.
Don't contradict yourself. Just stick to what you say.
My perception is, we all know the circumstances that are surrounding Western Hotel.
Okay.
And
Now you want to bring Western, okay?
There's a perception that in any property or things that happen, any corruption scandals that happen in government, William Ruto has an hand. So for those people who don't support him, underpin him directly to create a perception that William Ruto is a thief. He might not be a thief. You know, he might not have stolen all these things. He might not have stolen all these things.
In capital letter.
Sorry?
Now, Jakes, I think you're working so hard to sanitize some.
I am not. I am not. You guys are. I have not said anything. I have not said anything, Bernard.
Give me 5 seconds. I give you a story from our village.
Please don't.
Before you do that, can I have a question for Ayaga?
Very beautiful lady that somebody saw on the market.
Ashley, go ahead.
Decided to marry her.
You have given your submission. Allow Ashley to ask the
question.
No, because it is Ayaga on the floor.
I'm just making my point.
Ayaga is the one on the floor. Omwekes took that part, and Ayaga has not responded to any question. So your story will wait. So Ashley, ask your question.
Okay, let my story wait.
I wanted to ask Ayaga. He said that if you went to court and you are asked to give someone back your land, so I wanted to ask him, if I sold you land that was stolen and you did not know that it was stolen, and then the owner went to court and you were asked by the judge to return the land, would you be considered a thief?
Yes. Yes. Even if I sell you this phone today and I stole it, and you are arrested with this phone, you are a thief. You are a thief.
That is not correct. I wish we had a lawyer. Let me educate you a little bit on that. I asked you a question, I have an answer to.
Ashley, just before you answer the question, not the person in the capacity of the deputy president, because the deputy president has access to the Ministry of Lands. He has access to the records on which land is where, at what, for what purpose, how long it has been owned, is it legitimate or not?
Bernard, you are diehard of this group, so you know how to read. So the post was posted on when the case was filed. It was filed even before he was a deputy president. It was filed in 2009. I've posted it for you. I don't know why you didn't read, but anyway, I forgive your manners. Ashley was asking a question.
And I was just telling Ayaga, if you got sold to a phone that was stolen and you did not know it was stolen, as long as you can prove that you did not know it was stolen, you would not have committed a crime.
No, you'll be a thief.
No. That is a fact. Go and check on the law. Now, I know that. So, but if you buy a phone...
You'll be convicted in the court of law. No. You can't give that example.
No, you go and quote for me. Bring the section of the law that says that.
You know,
let me tell you, for you to be convicted on such a possession of, there are 3 things that you have to meet. And one of them is that you have to have knowledge that that thing is stolen. If you don't have that thing, the knowledge that that thing is stolen, you cannot be convicted for being in possession of that.
How do you measure the knowledge of
ignorance? Is the knowledge defense in the court of law?
No, I'm telling you for this specific. Do we have legal minds?
Give another example.
Do you have legal minds?
Bernard, can
you have legal minds quote it?
Ashley.
Yes.
The process of buying land, we know it here in Kenya. Before you buy a land, there is something we call the search. You do a search with the Ministry of Lands. So they can actually tell you that this land you want to buy, it has a problem. When you go ahead and buy it, you are a thief. Because you cannot tell me somebody in that caliber can go blindly to buy a land without doing a search on the said land. Don't stop lying to us. That is the procedure.
It's called due diligence. It's called due diligence. It's called due diligence. And there's something I want you to know, that search inaweza kuwa haiko inaweza kuwa manipulated. You remember the issue in the Kajiado court? Officers can manipulate, but the easiest way to prove that, you get what we call a green card. You know what's a green card for a land? A green card shows the history. Yes, there's something called a green card.
In Kenya.
By the way, how much did he pay for the land?
Now, a green card.
Who received the payment?
Can I finish before you ask me another question? A green card shows several things. It shows the history of the land. It shows all the people who have bought that land. It shows the demarcation of the land. It shows the geographics of that land. It shows the subdivisions that has ever been made. And actually, it has the number of what people term as the mother title. The mother title is the first ever produced title deed pertaining that land.
Original.
Before the original title deed. Then when it is sold, it can be sold in two forms. It can be sold as a private or a commercial from a traditional land. That's the correct process.
Where? In Kenya? Wait, in Kenya?
Exactly, in Kenya.
Yeah, but I've never had something like a green card.
There is. Now you know.
So yes, you want to tell me ati huyu mungwana hakuwa anajua hiyo procedure umesema hapa?
Sasa hapo pa kujua ama kutojua, hapo sasa ndio swali iko.
Sasa hapo ndio sasa sisi pia tunasemanga mtu ni mwizi. Kwa sababu kama wewe si mtu wa
sasa I'm saying
mimi nimeuliza swali sikajibiwa. Land ilinunuliwa kwa nani? Nani aliyepokea pesa na zilikuwa pesa ngapi? Tukipata hiyo basi itakuwa rahisi.
Nimekuwekea kwa post na labda kizungu ni ngumu, acha niongee kwa Kiswahili. Kwa post nimekuambia aliyeshtakiwa kwa tuhuma ambazo Ayaga anaelezea si mtu mmoja, kuna watu watano including the Attorney General. Hao ukisoma hiyo kesi na nikakwambia hiyo kesi nimekulistia ujisomee, ama nikupatie tena, inaitwaje hiyo kesi? Inaitwa Civil Suit number 510 of 2010 Kenyan law. Just go on Google. Ukisoma yote hapo chini utarealize pesa ambazo unauliza nani alipewa, ilitumika aje, and how hata Attorney General ako kwa hiyo story. But before then, no, it's there.
Attorney General, when you charge the government, whoever represents the government is Attorney General. So that guy alipeleka serikali kotini kwa sababu serikali ndio wanafanya hizi transfer na hizi procedure zote umetuambia. So that's why the government was, and the government explained, and after the government explanation, another guy who you know could explain it evidence. Yeah, with evidence. You know, Attorney General, that is office, is not a person. There is nobody called Attorney General. I can take government to the court today. Whoever
Ayaga, just one moment. Before you defend the Attorney General, I wish you read that part. Ndio utajua Attorney General kwa fanya niko hiyo kesi.
Which part?
Okay.
It's my time now.
It's a long document. Aitoshei hapa, naona hata inajiminimize. But if you read it, as I did, you'll be able to know from where you can ask some questions. Okay, can we go to something else apart from such? Because honestly...
Yes, can we go to another topic?
Okay, can I have someone else? Can I have Jonathan before I invite Susan and Ashley? Jonathan, go ahead.
You know, we guys, we are Yeah, we are talking too bad, like about others, but we don't know. Maybe next year, 2022, Raila will be working with Ruto in the same table. You don't know. You know, in politics, hey, things are not like the way we look. We, as in voters and other people outside, look. We in 2022, you can see also. You will be shocked that William Ruto is working with Raila, or after 2022. So we must not carry ourselves. We must not let our emotion to carry ourselves because we don't know what will happen. 20 is a long way to go.
Watapiga handshake.
So
Okay,
baada ya
Jonathan, I
handshake
think you
hao
have,
watu watabadilika ama inji itabadilika?
Si baba na Ruto, baba tuangushe vile alituangusha.
Baba hajaangusha mtu yeyote. Baba ni strategist mzuri sana.
okay. Sawa. Before Bernard interrupted Jonathan and Susan interrupted everyone else. Jonathan, were you through?
What was the near again? I was just saying about Ruto will work with the. What are we talking about?
Yeah, interesting. Eh? Okay, before I update you on what is happening, I want to bring in Themba. Themba, just one moment. Ngoja kidogo. Ashley, do you have something?
I'll wait.
Okay, Themba, go ahead.
Good evening, good afternoon, good night, good morning.
Good evening.
Themba, just 1 second. Nani, Mr. Jonathan, the topic of discussion day na scroll hapo chini, eh? Okay, go ahead, Themba, as Jonathan prepares.
Okay, I just greeted you all. I've listened to our presentations. I think I like the perspectives that we're taking, and indeed, as Jakes has said, we respect each and every person's opinion from their own view of what is taking place. My submission is that the politics, as it is progressing, a lot is likely to happen, as we are seeing it happening. Each camp and each side is struggling to try and up the other. As per the topic that we are looking at in terms of Ruto taking Mount Kenya by storm and stuff, what I'm seeing is a camp that is in panic. There's a lot of panic that is going on in that camp. There's a lot of a need for urgency to prove, because I really didn't see why they had to even give us a photo with numbers counting the people, trying to go in defense that yes, indeed we had these people. You see, when you're doing that, you're trying to respond to something. If indeed you had a meeting and whatever it is that you discussed was vital to you, you don't have to go out again to prove that these people actually happened. They say if you have to defend something, then there's something about it. So in my view, there's a lot of panic on that side. As per what happened today, I want to agree with Mugambi. I appreciate politics and political persuasion and political activity, but it is time that we started all of us shunning the politics of violence. I was of the view that we can even encourage those people. If you don't agree with the person coming to your side, don't show up. Just stay at home.
Correct.
Because that way you will have negatively silently said that we don't like you. I don't really think it's important for you to go to a Ruto's rally and shout there. I mean, just stay at home. Let those people who want to go there, go there. I mean, because we need to promote the politics of tolerance, where we can actually differ. You don't have to come to support the candidate I'm supporting, and you don't have to be persuaded by a particular position. But we need to respect and defend your right to express yourself and to say what you stand for. So I think that was not appropriate. Whether it was planned, in fact, we need even, as a matter of fact, try and encourage our politicians to shun the idea of even doing, if it was planned by the UDA guys, I think it's important to paint themselves, like maybe try to attract sympathy. I think is also not right. We need to move to a point where now we listen to everyone, like Mugambi was saying. Let them present themselves, let them give us their views. Then, as someone said here, next year, it will be you and the vote. You go there, you make a decision. On the other thing that Jax was saying about Mount Kenya votes and stuff like that, the lump sum or lumping of votes together as maybe Mount Kenya regional votes, I thought that when I've been listening to the UDA presidential candidate, he's been saying that he's trying to bring a party that's going to unite Kenya, not in the basis of their regional warlords, or rather, let me say, regional kingpins. But you see, in the same vein, after the UDA meeting yesterday, the other day, they come up and they say that we as a region, we are going to give this and demand for what it belongs to us. So you see, you are saying one thing.
Remember, just 1 second. Forgive me for interrupting you. I love your chain of thoughts. The only thing I think maybe will misquote, and I think I need to say it. I said our votes should count, because I am a strong believer of every vote matters, whether I am voting for Moyale, whether I am voting for Mandera, whatever constituency I'm voting from. It's not about because it's Mongami was trying to bring in the numbers. So I was trying to say, it's not about the numbers of where we are from. The numbers that should matter is that because of the votes that we casted, roads are being constructed. Because of the votes that we casted, hospitals are being equipped, drugs are being supplied. The lives of our people is changing because we elected leaders, not people from our region, our tribe and all, because that is the cocoon we have lived in for far too long. I think it's time we say an end to some of these things, because this basket thing, this voting as a block and all, it is the nonsense that has brought us this far. Go ahead, Themba. Sorry for that.
Yeah, it's okay. And maybe in view of that, thanks for the clarification. We also need to try, and I think we've been talking a lot about civic education. We need to detach certain things with the voting, because some of those things have led us into where we are, where now each region is trying to say our person has to get there. There's some things we should not be determined by the voting, whether the infrastructure, civic education, we demand them just because you're a Kenyan.
Again, I seek to respond and also ask for your forgiveness on the same. This is what I'm saying. So it's because you remember what I don't know if it's Aladwa his name, but I didn't like how he addressed Sakaja. Even if Sakaja was tribeless, he is a Kenyan. He termed him as though it is illegal to vie for a seat simply because he's a mixture of I don't know, a what and a what, and hence a Nairobi candidate should be purely a Luya thing. I felt so bad. To me, it's not even about Mount Kenya and anything. It's about such form of ideas. Those are barbaric form of thinking. It is just immoral. That should not be entertained anywhere. I should not look at Bernard and look at him from a tribal perspective, that simply because he comes from a different region, he cannot be a member of parliament from where I am. That is wrong. He's a Kenyan. He's allowed to vie anywhere. So to me, let's not just look at it from the Mount Kenya basket. Let's look also from even how these leaders are speaking, because if we cannot judge them and call them to order, I don't think we are making any headways. But anyway, go ahead then, but forgive me again.
Jax, can you allow me finish my thoughts and then you...
That's why I've asked for your forgiveness, sir.
He has finished forgiving you.
we are still at 2. The Bible gives it at 77 times 7 times so many other times. So we are at 2. So bad Jafika.
You have me to extend my grace for a lot of time, man.
Go ahead, Bemba.
In fact, we forgot what he was saying. Can you start again from the beginning?
Take it from the top.
Oh my. And I agree with you, Jex, as to what Alad was saying. We need to reach a point where Kenyans are not judged by the O or the K in their name, but by the content of their character. We shouldn't look at whether someone is Luo, Luya, or Kisi, wherever they are going, looking for a position of leadership. We need to reach to a point where we do not dig up necessarily where you come from, so that we can use it against you in a particular political arrangement. But before you came with that point, I was trying to say that we need to have civic education so that people know the things that we are assured by the Constitution, no matter whether, even if we don't vote, I should be able to have water running where there should be roads. There should be some things that it is not about how you vote. It is assured in the Constitution. And now when we learn to demand for such things, because we've had situations where politicians have come and said, you never voted for us, you never voted for me. You see now this, and some of the things that you're being denied are very basic. There should be school in every place, in every constituency, every location. I mean, a certain place, there should be roads, there should be water, you know. But you see some of the things that now they're saying that these are the economic things that they want to give to the whichever regions they're talking about. They're talking about some very simple things that are supposed to have been there, with or without the voting. So it means that the person, the voter, is not educated to learn to agitate for the rights that are assured in the Constitution. But having said that, as I end my submission as to what is happening, of course, there's going to be a lot of political activities. Movements are going to be, like someone has said, it's still so early. It's still so early for us to say that, okay, Ruto has taken Mount Kenya, Raila has taken Mount Kenya. But indeed, we are likely to see a lot of back and forth. We are going to see so many photos coming in, everybody trying to say how much they have made inroads. But one thing I like what Jake said, at the end of the day, we need to stand up and say, wherever they say that sometimes, like I think we used yesterday, that sometimes politicians meet to decide on how much they can take advantage of the voter. So we are going to go to the person who will take advantage of us less. But we need to say at this calculation, as they are doing them, where is I, the voter? Because today, when you're seeing the guys who are throwing stones, can you imagine you are throwing a stone, you're picking a stone, throwing at a Pajero? I mean, you probably hardly can afford one. That means you really need to think twice, you know. That person, that car is assured, so it will have its damage, but they'll still have another one. So who is the fool there?
They were throwing stones at the wheelbarrow.
Isn't a Pajero, it was a wheelbarrow.
Hiyo jina wheelbarrow imepata kila mtu off guard.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, Bemba.
Because that I can allow, I can see this.
So that you can allow some emotions to flare up. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I plea and plead that even as we have this political conversation and as we disagree and agree, we don't have to be on the same camp. We don't have to agree with the same person. I mean, it's okay for us to hold. I mean, we can disagree, but I think as much as possible, let us in our smallest way educate the people we can, to say political tolerance is very much important for us so that we can be different, but we also teach them to demand for things that are assured in the Constitution, no matter how much you vote, whichever way you vote, whether I vote for Raila, whether I vote for Ruto, whoever I vote for, there are things that should be assured, whichever way we vote. Thank you.
Okay. Brother Benson, go ahead.
Bado nilikuwa habari zenyu.
Tuko fiti.
Mr. naona Themba na watu wote, mimi sina la kusema, lakini kuna vitu ambazo watu wamezungumza ambapo itabidi tujadiliane kama Wakenya. Kwa mara hii yote mmekuwa mkiongea, sijasikia mtu akizungumza juu ya Mkenya. Nimesikia tukisema tu makosa ambao viongozi wako nayo na vitu ambazo tunawasema kwa waganga, waizi na vitu kama hizo. Kuna mtu ameongea katika kuongelea mwananchi halisi.
Ndiposa tumekupa huo fursa mtumishi ili uongelee sasa mwananchi.
Na hiyo ndio kitu ambacho nasema kwamba labda itafanya sisi kama Kenya wazalendo tutaenda mbele. Kwa sababu tumefika mahali ambapo vitu ambayo watu wamefanya vibaya tunaziglorify. Hatutaki kusimama katika ukweli. Ni kwamba mtu akisema kitu kibaya ama mtu apatikane na kitu kibaya kama kiongozi, sisi wafuasi wake hatuwezi kubali kwamba hiyo ni makosa. Na tunasema kwamba ako sawa. Unaona? Na kama inchi tutakuaje kama moral, we call them moral standards. Nidhamu ambao sisi wenyewe tunajua hapa ni makosa, lakini bado kwa sababu yeye ni kiongozi ambao sisi tunamfuata, ana makosa. Na hiyo inanileta kwa jambo ambalo lilifanyika leo. What happened today? It tells you how still we are still far away from the Kenya we want. Because I don't think even the guys who are shouting at DP convoy, like somebody just woke up in the morning and say, today I'm going to do this. It cannot happen. These people might have been paid. They might have been paid. And it tells you how leadership or our leaders are taking advantage of the common man. The people whom like they don't have money, they might have been paid. And if you look at the money that were paid to throw that stone, it's not even 500. Yeah. So it tells you the kind of country we are going to be. And like in a country whereby we are going to elect bad leadership and we expect good things. It cannot happen. When you plant maize, don't expect to harvest beans. What you've planted is what you are going to harvest. So as much as we might have our supporters, and I always say this, even if you look at during the Trump era, there are some of the things that he was saying, and some Republicans were saying that it was bad, but they still stood by him. Yeah. So I think like we should reach that standard, like say, okay, you are doing something that is, what you're doing is not right. Yeah. If you're a supporter of Raila and you see like in Raila camp, they're doing something that is not right, call them out. I heard what Alwada say. Is it Aladwa? He said something about Sakaja. He said something about Sakaja. And what is that kind of the leadership that we want? Like now we kind of like talk about people, tribes. We don't talk about issues, you know. And like somebody will say that was a very good talk. Yeah. Even if you listen to some of the talks from the other side, they're not words that unite, but they're words that incite. And like what leaders have really come to know is that by saying those words, make us fight. And that's what they want, you know. So at least in this platform, as much as we might have the people that we support, the presidential candidate that we support, let us also be at a position of like calling out all these things that happens. You know, there's something about that which Jakes talk about the green card, about the land. You know, one of the things that usually happens as a leader or as a member of the country, if you want to go and buy a property, you know, there's some of the due diligence that you have to do. But I think if it reaches a point whereby you realize that this property, it belongs to somebody, you know, even if it is being sold through agent, as a patriotic Kenyan leader, you know, you have to say, no, this is something that I cannot do, because you defend your country. By defending your country, it means you defend your country with its citizens. You know, you should not go ahead and buy that, you know, even if...
Brother Benson, you have muted your mic.
Sorry, even we were arguing about the stealing and everything, which is not here or there. But I want just to ask each and every person who aspire to be a leader, if you go somewhere and you want to buy a land and you find like, okay, this land is owned by somebody and is being sold to you through agent, as a leader or as a Kenyan who respects his country, will you go ahead and buy? You know, you should not buy it, you know. Yeah. So please, let us at least say things that will always bring us together. Thank you very much for that.
I don't know if you're through. You're through?
Yes.
Okay, Susan, have your take on this. Susan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Me, I'm just listening. I'll take another one. Huyo ameongea sana maneno ya Wakenya. Unacha nikwambie, unajua mi sijui ni kwa nini watu wanaanza kuleta shida. Hii imefanyika huku. Siku zile baba alikuwa tunarushiwa mawe, hakuna mtu alikuwa anaongea, hakuna. Walikuwa wanasema hao ni vijana wa huko mtaani, hawana kazi, hawana kitu ya kufanya, wacha wapigwe tear gas. Nobody was saying anything. Saizi kila mtu, nimenotice hapa kitu ikihusu kama ni DP, Jack kwanza unamdefend, inakuja kwa Ashley mnamdefend, mnasema sijui baba hata yeye alikuwa hivi. Sielewi. Sasa ninashindwa tutadefend hao ama tutaongea juu ya Wakenya. Hata mmetoka out of the topic. The topic, it was about UDA kama ina slide ama inapoteza watu Mount Kenya. Tumekuja kwa story different kabisa, hata nikashangaa.
Susan, hatujapotea, tuko katika laini na kikawaida
tukakuja kwa uwizi, tukakuja sijui kwa baba mganga, tukakuja kwa everything and topic. Kwa hivyo tuka lose track ya debate ya leo.
Jex, Susan, hata kama tumetoka, unajua hata hiyo Central Kenya is part of Kenya, so anything that affects Central Kenya affects all Kenyans, because like we need to talk about all these things. You know, it's very sad, like in Kieni, whereby ukiangalia hata vijana wenye walikuwa wamerusha mawe, ukiangalia maisha yao si watu ambao wako na kazi ambao wanaenda, unaona. Na instead ya offer very good solution for them is that you hire them to throw stones, or you hire them to kind of like make you feel like you're being targeted. You know, it's not fair. If we want to go like build ourselves as a country, it's not fair.
Benson, so you mean you believe they are fighting by themselves and not fight against each other?
I'm not over what Jonathan, what I need you to understand. I'm not talking about party politics, but I'm talking about the Kenyan citizen. The Kenyan citizen who were throwing stones, they were not Jubilee members. They were Kenyans.
I think let that matter be investigated, because there are two things here. Since there is a perceived Kieleweke group in Central, which is against Tangatanga, it is perceived that they threatened the DP not to go there, or they said they will block him from going there. And so it is also very possible in politics to go and create a perception by what? Hiring your own team to go and appear as if they are fighting you, only for you to, you know, carry the headlines in the news and then they collect sympathy, of course. So let the matter be investigated. Let's not draw conclusions on that.
I agree with you because at times we are blinded by some of this. You remember it happened like this in Kenol and we lost 2 souls. Those were not sons of a politician. Those were not sons of a bishop. Those were a Kenyan, typical Kenyan like me and you. They lost their lives. Thank God nobody lost their lives. And whenever we lose our lives, I don't hear Susan complaining that when ODM was, no, it is that one life lost is one life too many. And it should pain you as a Kenyan that hata kama alikuwa wa Tanga ama wa ODM, it should pain you because tomorrow you never know. It might be your brother, it might be someone you love, and you might not feel the pinch until it happens to you. So let's not ever praise such whatever side. Hata ihapenie Tanga, ihapenie ODM, we should never by all means praise it or entertain it in any form.
Jack, mimi ninasema ukweli vile watu wanasema, vile watu husema. Hapana, ngoja kidogo. Kwani hao watu si wa Kenya? Hao watu si wa Kenya, wanakuaga Kenya kukiwa na riot za ODM, wakitupiwa gas, wakitupiwa matia gas. Ndio nataka kukuambiaje.
Tofauti yetu itakuwa sisi tusiwe kielelezo cha wao ambao wamepotoka. Bernard Stani atakufunza ati hiyo ndio kitu ambao ta condone, in fact even as Mtembei family.
Sasa Jack, wacha nikuulize, mbona nikitaka kucomment, ningekuwa nina comment ni juu ya ODM ungenisikiza.
Now Jax, be a gentleman. What is the problem?
Ningekuwa ninaongea ya UDA angenisikiza, lakini mimi Jack nakwambiaje, kuanzia kitambo, si saa hizi watu ODM wameanza wamepigwa tear gas, hakunaga mtu anasemaga kitu inakuaga kwa gazeti. Kwani hao watoto wako na wazazi pia wanakuaga, hao ni watoto wana kazi ya kufanya, hawana kazi, hawana nini. Kwani hao ndio wanakubaliwa tu kupigwa tear gas?
Susan, I'm wondering what is your aim of what you're saying? What do you see? What I understand from, by the way, Benson is ODM, the person who just talked about this. What he's saying as this group,
even me I'm ODM baba, ninapigiaga mimi ni ODM. Mtu wangu tusiletane, usiniambie kwa sababu najua vile tunatreatiwagwa. Ukisemaga ODM, ukisemaga ODM mnasemaga youth wa ODM, they are so aggressive. Kwa hivyo usiniambie.
Okay, and please don't be rude. What we are saying in this group, going forward, let us educate ourselves without regard of whatever party you belong to. We reach as much people, especially the young people, whether they are in ODM, ama kama wako Tanga ama kieleweke, wasiitikie kununuliwa kufight. Watu wanawaambia waende wakafight, waambie waende wapeleke watoto wao, because even hizo pesa wanalipwa za kuenda kufight hata ni kidogo sana. So it is not about whichever party, because when one Kenyan fight, hata kama ni wa ODM, that's a Kenyan. Hata kama ni wa Tanga ni wa Kenya. We have done that in the past, but going forward, this group here, its aim is to educate the young people, not to be agreed to be used to cause violence. Instead, they should go to those meetings and ask for their rights, ask for things that will help them. If they don't agree with that candidate, Themba said, stay home.
Okay, and Ashley, wacha nikuulize, kwa nini saa hizi, mbona hizo siku zingine mkoko mnataka kusikia mkuje na group kama hii, mseme youth wa ODM wamepigwa, wamefanywa, tuwasaidie aje? Hiyo ni swali inaenda kwa Jax na Ashley. Mbona hizo siku za mbeleni hamkufanya hivyo? Kwa nini saa hizi?
Listen here, Susan. I don't know what makes you think, because last 2017, I was supporting ODM. So do not make inferences and do not make conclusions for yourself, because I was supporting ODM last time and I was feeling as much as hatred of those people who killed those people. So don't ask me a question without first understanding. You're taking us back. What you're bringing is not moving us forward. We see what the problems are in Kenya. What we are trying to do as this group, all these people here, is to fix them. So we know what happened in the past. We cannot bring the baby Pendo back. We cannot bring Mutinda back. But what we can do is make corrections, make amends, and go forward and reach as many people. Ukituuliza swali kama hizo hatuna answers, and when you conclude that I was supporting Jubilee, you offend me because you don't know me like that.
Mimi sijasema muna support nani.
No,
mimi nimesema why hamkuanzisha group kama hii.
Okay, ladies, thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies.
We don't make
That's
noise.
enough now.
If I
Hold on.
let me defend myself. If I give you my Facebook account, no, I have to finish. Let me slow down. But let me tell you, guys, please.
Allow her to finish.
No,
Yeah,
we are not
ukiona
fighting.
mtu hapa, ask questions and then you conclude from that, because sometimes you offend someone when you make hizo vile tu unasikia vibaya mtu akikuconcludia. I feel bad when someone is concluding for me. And let's suppose that I was even Jubilee na nimelearn it was a mistake.
Good.
Whatever we are no, I was not, but even if like someone else was, now I celebrate. You know, we learn through experiences. Now they are facing it. I can tell you in when they were doing the VAT, me nilikuwa wa ODM, and I can give you, I have receipts, I have proof. And what nikwambie, yes, I do. I did more maybe than you in 2017.
You don't know how many I did for Baba,
no, I
my
said
dear
maybe.
friend.
No, I said maybe. And we are not competing.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Just one
no,
moment.
let me finish. Give me a minute.
Ashley, just hold on. Ashley, cool down.
Just one moment. With all due respect to everybody, I can feel the temperatures flaring up, and I feel the sentiment, and I feel all you're saying. To all of us, I think one of the reasons we spend time here, it's not really to show our prowess in how long our nails are and how deep we can scratch. Basically, I think when Demba comes here, he wants to make an impact that if tomorrow we go to a voting station and vote, we will not fight. We will disagree. We will have different candidates. But by the end of the day, Mugambi will tell you he will not wish to see anyone lose his life. Whether ODM, Tanga, name them. That is not the agenda here. And it is not us remembering the lives we have lost before, because it was painful. I personally lost someone I loved. And when some people speak, I even tend to ask myself, really, do we really know the impact we cause to some hearts? So let's be candid. These leaders, as one time Bernard said, they don't know us. Hawatujui. All we are doing, we are trying to sell their ideas. Mugambi will sell the idea of Baba. Benson will try to be neutral. Omweka will tell us of how Baba is good. I will come and defend Ruto. But by the end of the day, in fact, you even end with a prayer led by our good Pastor Bernard, because by the end of the day, it is not about divisive politics or how well we know how to defend ourselves, argue, and abuse. No.
Jack.
So Bernard,
Let me finish. Give me 30 seconds. Can I get 30 seconds? What I wanted to say.
Actually, it's okay. It's okay to let go. Let's just let it rest. It's okay to let go.
Just give me that 30 seconds.
To say something about what Ashley said.
Just let go, Ashley.
About the young people being hired to go and cause havoc. First and foremost, there is the person hiring them. The purpose he's hiring them.
That's a criminal.
Is to push a particular political agenda. So for us to stop that, we must begin by changing our politics. Our politics should not be about how violent one can get or how many goons can he get to go and cause disruption. Let's have our politics be about the nation and how the nation can move forward. Whether you went to Kidurai and you're not able to address the people, at least you made it to Kidurai. That's an inroad in the first place. But the people who are the architect of our politics, who incorporate goons and the people going to fight others, are the ones that must begin to stop. And that's why I'm saying, let that matter be well investigated. And anybody who is implicated in the thing, let them face the law. Because we keep saying that these young people, they have no job. That's why they are being hired. That is not it. If I did not enter the hotel room and ordered pilau, pilau would not be imposed on my table and say I must eat it. So the person buying these people is the one to be sought for, not the people being bought. We need to change our approach to improve on our results. And before I stop, let me say something about voting. The purpose of voting is actually looking for endorsement. It is not how well you can mobilize. It is how much of the country endorses you as a leader. So the voting is supposed to be scattered in such a way that we have gotten an opinion from the north, opinion from the south, opinion from the west. And when we put all these things together, the person who has been endorsed with the majority is so and so. Not who got the majority from where and got nothing from the other side. And that's why one vote needs to count as a voice. We shouldn't box them in one basket and say this is the voice of our region. We don't want a voice of a region. We want a voice of each individual. And then the person who gets the majority scattered opinion support, that's the one who has the country's endorsement to lead. And he will have a smooth leadership because he's accepted everywhere. But when we go regional and begin to make our voting to be blocks, what happens is we defeat the whole purpose of democracy, the whole purpose of us finding a leader who is our leader as a national leader. You don't become a national leader by being sworn in and lifting the flag. There has to be that general endorsement that is expressed through the vote. So let's do civic education that is clear, not this one that is masked with tribal inclination and regional selfish interests.
Well said, Bernard. Ashley had something to finish before I bring Akina Omoke. Ashley's.
So what I wanted to say, I remember when they were doing the VAT in Parliament, I don't know who watched, and you can see at that time, Mokomen was the majority leader, and you remember he passed that thing by force. The no's were more than the yes. But today when you ask him, I'm just saying about how sometimes we make mistakes. I think now if you ask him, he sees where he was wrong and why he wouldn't do that because of all the injustices that they have experienced. So yes, that time I might have been on that
security bill.
Yeah, so Susan, we are all here to better the country. Let us not fight one another. I'm sorry I felt bad, but it's because I felt attacked. I'm here solely, me personally, I'm here to help my country and I will gain nothing, period. So let us help each other. Hata nikitoa point na si zuri, come to me nicely because what I'm trying is to help and I'm not an angel. We are putting...
Both of you mko tu sawa, wewe na Susan. Sorry Ashley, ulikuwa maliza?
Yes.
Both of you mko sawa. Susan,
you guys have not...
No,
you guys have not answered my question. You're trying to dodge my question.
Jonathan.
Jonathan, just a moment.
Susan, both of you are right. Susan is arguing from her past experience. Ashley is arguing from how to move forward. So mko tu sawa. Najua ile ni ile tu saa zingine mori inapanda, but Susan uko tu sawa. There was that na Ashley is arguing from the point that okay, that's where we are, but this is how we need to move forward. So I think there's just a general understanding that both of you are Susan feels that it was different then, which is true. Ashley feels yes, it was different then, but this is now. Let us determine how we can do our politics moving forward, which I think is a good thing. We all need to agree.
Our past experiences were shared experience. What she was going through, I was also there and I was in that team and I was going through the same. That's what I was trying to tell her. So me, I'm moving forward. So I was trying to tell her we were the same team at that time. I felt the same pain she felt then. That was a shared experience.
Yeah, okay, but now you left us and me, I'm still in the team. Anyway, everything is okay.
Okay. Can I have some before I go to Omweke? I think
I was speaking, Jake.
Jonathan is
He was
demanding his right.
yeah, he wants to
alikuwa
interrupt me.
ameongea, si hivyo, ulikuwa
So,
unaongea
Jonathan,
ukasema haujui topic, tukakwambia ungojee topic, tukakuwekea. Sasa nilikuwa
no,
napea mtu wa mwisho
sahi,
kidogo tu, Jonathan, kidogo tu, nilikuwa napea Samu wa mwisho, alafu sasa ndio nianze kurudia wenye wameshaongea kina Omweke, umenielewa? So I'm still coming back to you. Is it okay, Omweke and Jonathan? At least
It's
to
okay.
hear someone who, yeah, okay. Sam, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Jake. I don't know where to start from, but a lot of things have been said. Like I've heard from everyone, all sides, people have just contributed, having different opinions and different ideas. But what I would just want to say is I just want to agree with what Benson has said, because at the end of the day, when we're discussing politics, whether we disagree, we agree, but we should not even forget that we have one Kenya, which belongs to all of us, and which we have a duty to actually uphold and defend, its integrity as a country. So one thing that I wanted to say regarding the politics as it is, it's good for us to come and have, let's say, a good conversation on how things are happening, and in a way that we don't engage too much to feel like we other people are not worth to be Kenyans. I know, like, just to go by what Susan has been saying about the treatment that ODM people went through those past years. Yes, it's not something that we should see it anymore coming, even as we go forward. Or it's not something that it was good for us as Kenyan. It never brought a good picture for us. And now we should be on the same train, actually trying to discourage any sorts of violence, especially when we are going to election. And we would want to have one Kenya that it's through this violence that at the end of election, when the losing team actually have been announced, like when the winner has been announced, the losing team still have that thing in their mind that it's through the violence or anything that happened that they didn't make, or out of their biasness that maybe they might be saying at that time. And now we find out that our country burst into flames, and all the things that even our politicians drive the citizen to do. Like, for example, the case which was happened yesterday, that one, I would say, I don't know what happened, but I would say it might be someone must be behind it, you know. Like, let's just play our politics in a very good way. If any candidate is going anywhere, we should not have all those things. And the one thing that I really want to know is how I know, like, at the moment there is a big fight between the Jubilee, in between the Jubilee, and you find that it's drawing interest, too much interest from the ODM party, as much as they know, like, now that the side of Keleweke is actually supporting the candidature, and now that one brings a very big rift. It's good to differ in opinion. It's good to have difference in terms on how the candidate, how the people we are actually supporting. For instance, if I can ask a question, if at all, let's say, for example, tables turn, and today we find out that Ruto and Raila are drinking from the same pot, are we still going to argue and fight the way we fight in this platform, or we are going to have a different opinion, or the other way around? So that gives us a picture. If at all Ruto was working with Raila, I don't think if we should be actually witnessing some things that are happening. We should. I think the government at the moment will be held accountable for many things that are happening. But now, because it seems that actually the terrains of politics is as it is at the moment. Now we are having a discussion that we are having at the moment. So I really want us to actually focus on bringing one Kenya. And as we discuss this politics, let us forget that actually we belong to one Kenya, and try to think like we don't know. Politics will twist tomorrow. You don't know what happened. I know, like, for example, during the time of Kibaki, like they just crafted 3 months to election, and now we are like almost 10 months to election. So we don't know what will happen in between here. So what I wanted to say, let us interrogate politics as the way it is. I wouldn't even at any point say like I support anyone who calls Raila Chawi or Mganga, or I support anyone who calls or other leaders bad names, or I support anything that even Ruto has done bad. But it is what it is. We have to say it, something happened, and we move forward. And there is no bad way that we even try to protect things that which are worth for us to just say it out as we move forward. As we want to have a good Kenya to move forward from all these past things that has been entangling us and going forward, we really need to address it in a sober way, in a very good way, so that we can even discuss the politics of Kenya, so that we can even carry on the politics in a mature way, not what we've been seeing, like the way someone said, I heard Aladwa, the way he was saying, it's not really a good thing, like we're trying to, put ourselves in a different categories. And those are the things that has hounded us from those years back. And you want to move forward as a Kenya, which belongs to, like we as a Kenya, as a one Kenya. So what I wanted to say as I conclude is, let's just be very, very very careful every time when we're having this politics, because the more things we throw to each other, it brew up enmity. And when we start fighting, what about the next generation that is going to do? What are we passing to the next generation? We should be very careful as a country that the generation that is coming, we should pass to them in a very good way, that they will say that there upon a time there were these people and they live and they did politics at this time, not following what things that have been before. I know there is power anger, there's all these things that politicians want to manipulate all around. But if all the citizens are getting like the way we said, like we educate our people, we put that awareness so that the people know that this is wrong, we're not supposed to do this. I think that by that we will be going the right way. We'll not be having like we'll have a Kenya whereby if Raila wins, the UDA will say the win for Raila is the win for all Kenyans. The win for UDA is the win for all Kenyans plus ODM and others. That's the Kenya we want, When we reach to that point, I think we will be actually in a very better place than saying it must be this one or it must be this one, That's all what I can say as per now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Sammy. Beautiful remarks. Omweke, I want now to go second helping so that we end the show. Omweke, briefly.
Okay. Thank you, Jex. I think we were the first people who contributed to today's topics. And I think I've listened to every member's contribution. I don't want to repeat myself to what we said about the activities of today, the blockage of the road, the chaos in Kieni, the popularity of UDA and Jubilee in Central. We have brought up a very good topic, and this is where all of us need to have a candid discussion and honest discussion about. We need to talk about our political hygiene in this country. This is a responsibility that we have left to the leaders since independence, and it seems not to be working. And even if we give our leaders 100 years to come, nothing is going to change. Rather, we will move to a very worse situation if Afghanistan or Rwanda is to go by. And if also we try to leave this responsibility to the voter, it is not clear how we are going to execute this mandate to ensure that we are conducting ourselves within a cohesive environment that is going to, give a united face as a country. I think now probably where the only avenue we need to explore, it is very saddening that we are coming, it is 2 elections back, that this country faced a very major setback in this country, that even there are communities or there are people who have not healed from the scars of 2007. But again today in 2021, ahead of 2022 election, we are discussing a headline of chaos. It seems that we didn't learn from what happened in 2007. We're even trying to test waters of what might happen, you know? So according to me, what I can say is we need to explore the avenue in law or in policy, if that can work, such that we need to have very working investigative agencies in this country. We need to have our judiciary to be our deciding factor. We try at once. For example, we were in this country when the former member of parliament for Embakasi, Waititu, made some remark about Masais in Nairobi. And then we've been having cases where people have incited communities against communities. And it seems even if we have the law, even if we have the law that can regulate the management of elections in this country, they seems not to be followed. If today the judiciary and maybe the EACC, the DPP, and the police, if they decide at once to be the savior of this country, to ensure that these politicians who incite people, these politicians who hire goons, because in as much as you are telling us that the problem starts from the person who is hiring, there is also a problem with the person who is being hired. And these politicians have perfected the art of, you know, they are controlling the economy of this country. They are well off. You will not, there is no young person. We know very well we are struggling with unemployment. Our young people are struggling with unemployment. Our young people hawana pesa vizuri. That is an avenue our politicians know very well. Such that at times like this, as we are going into an election, our politician comes to area flani. They know they are going to get 50 unemployed youths who are completely unaware of what they can cause to that particular region when they accept to be bribed or to be given some kind of money, you know, to cause frustration to the opponents or to the perceived political nemesis. I think now what should happen is, like, for example, I'm not saying it is a member of parliament of Kieni who blocked that road, who was alleging that he was constructing that road intentionally to block the deputy president from accessing church. But I'm just saying such kind of leaders have actually exhibited a character that is not healthy to this country. If these people are blocked from voting, if these people are removed from the ballot, and actually actions taken against anybody who is inciting communities or this region plus that region, you know, if we ensure that one has happened, I think, to me, we shall have been left by, you know, some good leaders who can participate in an election that is based on people are competing in terms of manifestos, people are competing in terms of what they intend to do for this country. But today, 9 months to election, we are only left deciding to choose which leader can abuse another leader better. That is the one we are going for. We are in a country where Oscar Sudi will be elected 1,000,000 times, even if he abuses the mother of the president. You know, we are in a country where even if Kanini Kega hires 1,000,000 goons to chase the deputy president, that is the kind of a leader our society wants. You know, we have been brought up and socialized in an environment where it is no longer about development agenda. It is all about how best can I abuse so and so. I think this is a conversation we should be having. We should not be talking about how did this happen, how did that happen, how did that. No. We have reached a point where we need to find solutions to these problems. If Raila Odinga was chased from Jacaranda, Namavi ya watu was smeared in that field, it doesn't mean in 2021 the deputy president has to be blocked from going to Kieni. Hatufai kulipa mabaya kwa mabaya. Whatever that has happened before has happened. We need to shape up the conversation of electing our leaders as we are going to 2022. And this responsibility to me, I don't think whether we Kenyans, we are ready to confront. We are not ready to undertake this responsibility because hata hawa watu, all of us who are contributing to Mutembei TV today, I know behind camera, given a chance, we can be worse than those guys who are throwing stones. You know, it should start from heart. And I think the best the judiciary and the government can do for us is to ensure that we have enough laws. There is chapter 6. You know, a member of parliament is arrested to have diverted CDF and ABCD. A member of parliament buys loyalty based on the party he or she comes from. The same member of parliament participates in the next election and is elected. You know, it is not about integrity. It is no more about integrity. It is no more about what we are able to do for our people. It is about who steals. You know, I remember when Anne Waiguru was in devolution, and there was a lot of politics about how he managed the devolution docket. And then all of a sudden, when things become hot, the president chose to throw her out. And when he declared to run for governor in Kirinyaga, and that is when we had the name Minji Minji, people were saying, Mwizi ni wetu. You know, even if you steal and you come from the home turf of Baba, you know, you are protected because you support a presidential candidate or somebody who can give an opinion about the leadership of that region. It should not be that way. Integrity should not be compromised. We need to have this conversation, not factoring our communities or our regions we are coming from. The other day, a leader is removed from treasury. The community where he comes from is protesting that my community is targeted. Another one is told to step aside because there is an allegation that money has been misappropriated under his docket. The community where that particular person comes from protests that my community is targeted. I think this idea of socializing is to me unhealthy to this country. I think with those many remarks,
okay, thank you, Moeke Dennis. Let's try to summarize because it's already 3 a.m. for those of us in Kenya, 3:15 actually. So if we can try to make it short and candid, it can be good. Jonathan.
Yeah. Oh, I'm back. So, guys, for me, I pray and I wish that one day a Kikuyu can go to Kisumu and a Kisumu guy or a person can go to Kikuyu and then they can vote for him or we can vote for him or her because we don't need to vote based on our tribe. That's what is the problem with Kenyans. We only vote because of our tribes. Let's say for now, when a Kikuyu can go to Kisumu, no one will vote for her or him because they will say, he's a Kikuyu, we are voting for our own. You see, that's the problem that we have in Kenya. We need to tolerate each other. We need to vote. Like, we need to look for the manifesto for the person. We don't need to look for that. This is our tribe. We cannot vote someone else. We just need to vote for our tribe. And there's a question I have asked, and you guys have not answered me. There's this question I have asked. There's some people who are not here. They are not neutral. They are not honest. Because I have asked this question. There was a person. There is a video going around in the internet. There was a person the same day today, yesterday. The same what happened with the DP Ruto being stoned with goons or something. There was a person who was being beaten very thoroughly. And the police were there, were rescuing him, and still those people, they were beating him, and they were saying, Ruto, hustler, UDA, and they were beating that guy very thoroughly. You know, you guys, I don't know if you have seen that video. So, who hired those people who were beating that person? I don't know what that person did. He was being beaten, even he was in the hands of the police, but the people were still beating him, but they were saying, Ruto, hustler, UDA, you see, and they were beating him very bad, imagine. I saw the video. So who hired those one also?
But Jonathan, it is the same thing that happened in Kabuchai, if you remember, where the electoral officer, the lady actually, which really pained my heart, was held out of the polling station by men, and she was harassed. So by the end of the day, I would wish we condemn it. And as Bernard said, the perpetrators need to be brought to book. It doesn't matter who. It doesn't. A criminal is a criminal. Let's not even sugarcoat it. It doesn't matter who. That person should face the full force of the law.
Yeah, so we need to be neutral. That's what I was saying. And then there's another thing, Jex. For example, let's say like this, like our dearest Deputy Ruto, you don't need to depend on Mountain so much that he's saying that my vote is intact, Mount Kenya is intact with UDA, because you never know. A mountain can start when it's now heading to election. The mountain people will stand and they bring their own. So are they going to vote for Ruto or are they going to vote for their own? You know, Kenya, we can't lie to ourselves here. Kenya is a tribal when it comes to politics. Kenya is very tribal. So there are some others who is lying to him that he's always going there saying that, Mount Kenya is intact, Mount Kenya is UDA, it's a yellowish color, so I'm the only one in Mount Kenya. So you don't need to depend only in Mount Kenya. You need to go, like, you need to come to Mombasa, you need to go to Kisumu, you need to go to Kakamega. Every some Sundays you go to Kisumu. He can also distribute in the church in Kisumu. So let him not depend only in Mount Kenya only. Say that my vote is intact. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. Susan.
Yeah.
Your closing remarks and sentiments.
Oh, me, I don't have closing remarks. If I was so aggressive, poleni, ni emotions, lakini sina mengi. Poleni kama nime hurt feelings za Ashley. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's well, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Brother Benson.
Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, bado tu naambia sisi kama Wakenya, na kwa sababu Kenya is a Christian nation, they can go and read the book of Jeremiah 26:13. It will tell you what actually we need to do. If we amend our ways, then God will kind of like protect us from some other wrath that is coming. And amending our ways are doing things that are very right, things that respect the dignity of human beings. And this is to our leaders and everybody. let us love one another. Politics itakuja, itaenda, lakini sisi kama Wakenya tutabaki. We don't have any other country. Kenya is our country. Even sisi ambao hata sasa hizi tumekuja huku, tuko tu hapa kwa muda mdogo tu, tutakuja Kenya. So let that love and upendo peke yake. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Mugambi.
Thank you so much, Jakes, for taking charge of the debate. I love the way we are going. I know as we end towards the cooking pan, things are going to be hot and hot. My only request is let us not forget that we are all human. Let us be accommodative, compromise where possible, and fight. Let us fight for the right leadership of this country. I wish and pray that we end a second Kibaki who took over from Kibaki. Our country and our youths could not be where they are today, whereby most of the cunning politicians, they want to take advantage over them by whipping the emotions. We know, yes, COVID has done a lot of damages to our youth, but let our leaders not exploit the poor because of where they come from.
Okay.
Remember, there's nothing as dangerous as a poor kid. He can go to whichever extent to get food. The same way to a person who is less privileged in the society. And when the middle class and the rich exploit them now with the sole aim of getting to power. Remember, the duration between now and getting to power is so short for anyone to forget. So for we as supporters and the leaders, ask yourself this question. You have put a lot of promises to this poor Kenyan. We know at the moment where our country is. We know where our economy is. There is no leader, there's no president, be it be Ruto or Raila, who will come in office on 9th of August, and an year later you'll solve all the problems of Kenya. That one is unrealistic, not unless Kenya is transferred to any other country that does not have our problems. So, as supporters of different politicians and as politicians who are looking for votes, let us try as much as possible not to exploit the poor. Because yes, today we will exploit the poor in the lower current. When it comes December next year, the poor in the lower current shall come to bite some of us who are in the upper current. So, where will we be now? Where will we run from? We will get nowhere to run at. So if a person is poor, sympathize with him. Don't give him a lot of hopes. Tell them to work their ass off. Tell them it's their effort that will make them survive, not you as leader that is going to give him anything to better his life. By the way, if you give a poor man 1 million shilling today, that money may kill him because his mind is not elastic enough to see how he can use that money. So let us educate our people and tell them that the problems they are facing today is their recipe. They have to eat them. They have to get good leaders to work on the infrastructure. Hao wengine wanakuja kutupaka mafuta, wasijui watatuinua, they focus on us. We have heard that song for so long until the rhythm now is so boring. Let us speak the truth, and the truth will set us free. Let no one misconstrue my submission to be that I am at any sign of the divine. What I'm saying is, let us be real. Be real, live a good life. If you're in middle class, work hard to be in first class, and the life will go on. Today you may be homeless, tomorrow rent a house, the day after buy a land, build your mansion, and that is life. There is no shortcut to life. Get a shortcut to life, shorten your life. I have a friend of mine uh, by the name BJ. He was vying for governorship in Mary. The guy is a good friend. He used shortcuts. Right now, we are trying to look for him everywhere in the country. He's not to be seen that man. So let us just follow the long route to success, and we shall succeed. Thank you.
Okay. Well said, Ashley.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I want to say sorry, but next time, moderator, if someone is trying to go a little off, try and bring them to a close before it gets out of hand. I feel bad that I raised my temperature on social media, but I felt
Okay.
like I was provoked. That's how I felt. But next time I'll try to keep it under the lid. Anyway, yeah, so I don't think I've contributed today anyway. That's the only thing. I came just to defend myself and nothing else. My closing remark is we keep talking about civic education, yet I wish we would come up with a way on how we educate, especially the people in the up country, like in the central province. Unfortunately, I know you keep saying the central region needs to give another person an opportunity to lead. What you don't know is that the youth there, they are wallowing in drugs and alcoholism. They are nothing. So this presidency that you keep saying the Kikuyus have had, they have not experienced it. So I wish you were saying would leave Kenyatta out for another 100 years, a century, but not the Kikuyus. Because what I've been told is that the youth back home in the villages, they just drink. So even if you give them that $200 or $500, it's not that even it's the money, it's that they don't have the common sense to even take the money and eat and not beat anybody. Because even those people they are beating, they are people who they live with, these people they know. So if it was somebody who was in their right mind, who is not drinking, who is not into drugs, they would take the money, eat, and not do anything. But they have been, sijui kama ni kupewa wamepewa simu na mtu, they just become useless. A lot of them, if you talk to people from that, the up country, you see even the governor who was removed from Kiambu, he had started a program where he put people in an alcoholic program. It's that bad. It's really bad. Their youth are useless. And that's why they are easy to give money to cause disruption. So I wish we come up with a way to give our people back in the village this civic education. If we would have a session to discuss how can we reach out to those people, not to teach them to follow our person, but to teach them to fight for their rights on the next leader. And if that leader doesn't perform, that they are not elected again. If that leader comes and we know, these people know who is giving money to fight people, that person is removed, that person is reported to the police and he's prosecuted even by the citizen, because there is a citizen's arrest. We can have the citizens arrest them, but if the citizens do not know their rights, then they cannot do it. So how can we teach our citizens their rights so that they can vote wisely, so that they can ask for their services, so that Nyanza cannot say they have not had development until they start smiling with the president. If they are paying taxes, they should have development. If they don't have the development, their leaders should have spoken. Everybody in the country should have known. Something should have been done, or they should have stopped paying taxes. How do we educate our people to demand from our leaders that they are not our kings, they are not our little gods, but they are our servants? And if they don't want to serve, they need to step down, and we can put people there. There are so many jobless people there. The other day we put the guy in Kiamba, he's just a college graduate, a fresh college graduate. They can go to Senate, because even these senators are not doing anything. So why don't we put fresh minds and see what they can do? Thank you.
Well said, Ashley. Thank you so much. Before I bring in the two dynasties we have around, by the names of Dynasty Themba and Dynasty Bernard, let me read some comments and some people who have joined in and tuned in from the time we started over 4 hours ago. Allow me to send special shout out and to really appreciate Variety Gatish, who has been commenting, Tushmuti, whatever, can't read your name. There is also Lillian Nasengo. Thank you so much for being part of us. Douglas Osinyo, thank you. Being part of us is always a blessing to us. Dennis Ondieki, we can see you. There is this other guy by the name Brio Kid Bro. We can see your comments. Thank you for being part of the show. Robert Marley, we can see you. Titus, we can see you again. Joseph Mbinda, thank you so much for making to be part of the show. Thank you so much. This other guy by the name of, I'm scrolling up, Patrick Mushiri, thank you so much. And there's so many people who joined in, even the other panelists who made time and were part of this show. We are always grateful, and this never happens if it is not the collaboration of everybody of us who makes it in form of the chats and the panelists that tune in to make this a success. And as we always say, the views said here, it's their personal views. They are not a political stand. They are not party positions. This is Bernard's view, Jake's view, Themba's view. It has nothing to do with any politician. We are not paid to be here. We speak because we love our land and because Kenya is a home to every one of us. Bernard, I want to finish with you as even we will close with a word of prayer. Let me go to Themba. Themba, take it home.
Thank you, Jax, Ashley, Susan, Benson, Sam, Mugambi. There's also Jonathan and Bernard. It's really indeed a pleasure for us to have engaged today. I want to give my final view in the following sentiments. One, politicians will do what they do best. They will politic. And that is what will be happening every other time when we bring them on board. Now, citizens need to do what they're expected to do by the Constitution. Hold our politicians into accountability. Now, if you want leaders of integrity, then we must hold them accountable. Now, politicians will come and tell us what we clap. What is it that they say and we clap? What is it that they say and we celebrate? Now, you realize that they are competing for positions based on who hurls the worst abuses to the other person, to the extent that they have even desecrated the pulpits. And they are doing that with the knowledge of even the pastors and the bishops and those people who are supposed to be bringing kind of social acceptance in the society. So if we don't stand up as a citizen and demand that they should not compete on who abuses the other more or insults the other more, but compete on what they have for us, then our politics is going to change. Now, politicians, like someone said, that leaders, we get leaders that we hope for. So do we hope for such leaders? Do you want to see a change? If you want to see a change, then let's stop clapping when they insult others. Let's stop going to their meetings when you know they're going to insult anybody. Let's not clap when they say bad things about the other person. Tell them to talk about themselves, but not how bad they talk about the other person. That's the only time politicians will say the ground has shifted. We don't have to move to the other opponent. You can just hold your politician and the person you support to accountability. Tell them to their face. If they're doing a good thing, clap for them. If they're saying bad things about others, let's tell them off so that they know that the citizen is now more aware of what they want. Now, finally, Sometimes when you want to buy what the politicians tell us, we need to remember it is meant to achieve a certain goal. Now, all of you have read a little bit of history of Adolf Hitler. You know who Joseph Goebbels is. That was the chief propagandist for Hitler. Now, this is what he said, and most propagandists will look at what he says and buy much from him. Here's what Goebbels says. It would not be impossible to prove with sufficient repetition and a psychological understanding of the people concerned that a square is in fact a circle. They are mere words, and words can be molded into they clothe ideas and disguise. So what do they say? They will tell you a square is actually a circle, and that's how propaganda works. And maybe I want to give you also what Hitler says. Now Hitler, you guys know how Hitler ruled. That was his chief propagandist. Now this is what Hitler says. And when you see some repetitions that have been given to us, you'll understand why they are trying to repeat even bad things about other people. We are here complaining about Mwizi, about Mganga. This is what Hitler says. The receptivity of the masses is very limited. Their intelligence is small, but their power for getting is enormous. In consequence of these facts, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points and must harp on this in slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want him to understand by your slogan. So we have a thief, we have a mganga, repeat it many times as a propaganda, and then your masses, because they think our receptivity is too small, we forget so fast, we will start calling each other the names. With that kind of awareness, we need to owe it to ourselves to seek knowledge, seek facts. Don't just buy because a politician is saying. That will make us start holding our politicians into accountability. Having said that, civic education is key. Let us do it. You don't have to change very many things. Change the person you'll talk to. Tell them, let's tolerate each other. Like Mother Teresa said, the world will be clean if everybody swept their doorstep. Just sweep your doorstep. Who are you talking to every single day? What are you telling them about the other person? That will change the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Themba. Mtumishi Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Tuchapie.
I want to appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for a healthy discussion tonight or this morning. It's been really enriching. And I love the opening up that is taking place in terms of our growth in understanding. And we also need to appreciate the fact that we have been in existence as a country for close now to 60 years. And in all the 60 years, there are things we have experimented with, others have worked, and others have failed. And so going forward, we need not to repeat the mistakes of the past. As a Kenyan people, we have a great responsibility to really reflect and make choices that will help us be propelled into a greater advancement. We can't repeat the same class for 60 years and still fail that same exam. So I will urge all Kenyans around the globe, let us take responsibility that 2022, we will not be repeating this class. We will move to the next class. And that is by making right choices. Ashley talked about the youth in the mountain specifically. And I take that to be more of a societal issue than political, and is born out of the shift. Some of the positive things you have done for the girl child has really resulted into a problem for the boy child. And then we've of late have had a resurgent, or rather an emergency of single mothers That's also a very serious contribution of boys being raised by mothers. Now, I have every respect for every mother and every woman and everyone. I'm saying that not everybody has a privilege of being raised by both parents. But from the biblical point of view and from the natural traditional family setting, a child grows well when it's nurtured by both the father and the mother. And so because of these dysfunctional family issues, we end up with this kind of a problem. And then the problem can grow into now a societal issue. And the root of it is in the upbringing. So it's not just the alcohol, it's not just the drugs. There is the cause of the same. And so if we will correct that, we need to get back to getting back to the family order, whereby everybody respected their age set that were higher than them, were accountable grandfathers, fathers were accountable to grandfathers, and younger brothers were accountable to senior brothers. There was no this equality of nonsense that we are trying to propagate, where somebody knows nothing and wants to teach what they know. So we really need to reflect as a society, and then as a way of finding a solution, like Themba has well put, let's apply the Mother Teresa technology, one soul at a time, one person at a time, one home at a time. We will get there. But the way Waititu was doing it, putting them on payroll so that they can stop drinking, I think that was also a postponing of a problem. And so let's think soberly, and then find a way that is a permanent solution to the issues. One advantage that we have as human beings is that we can change given the opportunity and being pushed in a particular direction. We have that ability to adopt and become better. It doesn't matter how bad we have gone. And so that opportunity and that ability to change gives us hope even in a hopeless situation. And so as a people, let's take responsibility. On the issue of violence and intolerance in politics, like Themba well put it, let's wise up. Let's wise up. And wise up in the sense that we don't have to fight to get positions, and we don't have to fight for our man. In fact, one of the reasons why we elect somebody is so that he can be our representative. Now, if we become the sacrificial lambs for getting you into office, then we don't need you to represent us when we are in the grave. So we don't need that. Let us be sober and then grow into higher position. The politics of cutting everybody's legs so that you only become the tallest man in the village is not the way to go. Let us appropriate the fact that if somebody knows more, you go and learn more than he knows, then you become better than he is. You don't run down what he knows so that you can now elevate what you don't know to become the in thing in town. That in itself contributes to the backwardness of the society. Because when we will be doing, when we should be doing whatever, a technological advancement, whereby we are now looking on the latest technology in town. You want to enhance the backward technology and kill every other thing. Ni kama wale walienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule. Kuna kitabu tulisoma kinaitwa Kusadikika. Okay? Shaban Robert. Na katika Kusadikika ilikuwa watu walitembelea nchi tofauti wakarudi na habari kwamba hiyo nchi zimeendelea, barabara ni kubwa. Then mtu aliposema hivyo akakuwa arrested na akatupwa ndani kwa sababu ambia size ya mguu ni inchi 6. Tunahitaji barabara kubwa ya nini? So we have people who have a limited mindset in such a way that when you expose them to something higher, they will do anything, including arresting you and throwing you in prison, simply because you are disturbing their comfort zone. As a people, we need to move away from that and understand that we are now part of the world, which has become a global village. And for us to play our ball, we have to advance. We will not call shots by remaining backward. We can only call shots when we remain on the cutting edge. And the only way for us to remain on the cutting edge is to move forward. So let our politics move forward, our reasoning move forward, our appreciating one another move forward. And let's also argue on points, not just sentiments. And let us vote for the people that really carry this country at heart and have a good way of helping us become a better people. Lastly, our unity is our strength. Our unity is our strength. That has been our founding fathers' dream. And I don't see any better dream for Kenya than our unity. And this unity should not just be political, should not just be social. It needs to be whole-compassing. I should be safe in the hands, in any region of this country. I should be free to go and buy land in Juja. Today I preached in Juja, and just live there. I don't have to say that I must go to my ancestral land for me to be safe. So let that unity be there, and let's follow that. And that's why I'm very happy when people are supporting presidential candidates who are not necessarily from their tribes. That's a move, a good step in the right direction. Let's not remain so tribal. Eshenyu na eshenyu, yetu ni yetu, huyu ni mwizi wetu. I think we need to outgrow that and just put our national value greater than anything else, so that being Kenyan doesn't just become a tag we put on, but becomes the really essence of who we are, and we are willing to defend each other, especially even when we meet in a foreign war, in the foreign country. We shouldn't be running away from each other. I'm reliably told Kenyans run away from each other, because when you see the other one coming, you could be having a problem that you don't want to solve. We shouldn't do that. Our unity becomes our strength, and with that unity, we are able to forge forward as a nation. And the moment we begin to move together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. This nation can change drastically. If we suspended all the demos, we suspended all the political arguments, and just focused on developing this nation, it won't take 10 years before we have seen tangible transformation as a country. Our potential is great. Let's believe in it, pursue it to its finest conclusion that makes everybody enriched in every way. I think I'll end it there as we pray, Jex, with your permission.
Yeah, please do. Thank you everyone for being part of the show. We love you. Thank you so much, Kenya, our home. May it be blessed, and above all, may plenty be found within our beautiful borders.
Amen.
Take it away, brother.
Can I say something, Bernard, before you pray about what you just talked about?
Yes,
you know, when Waitito was giving money to the young people, like some parts of America, the Black people their kids, because they live in poor neighborhoods, their educational standard is not up to par. So during the summer, sometimes in these community colleges, they have a program, especially the STEM program. They have like STEM programs, and in order to give incentives for these kids to come and learn, so that they can at least raise their educational ability to where the other kids are in better neighborhoods, they encourage them to come and give them lunch. And on top of that, they go there for a month, and after a month, they are given a check, sometimes of $500 or $700 just for attending. So sometimes even these issues in Kenya that are happening, we have to think, what can we give as an incentive to these unincentivized youth who has no drive, who has no motivation? Maybe the only motivation is money and food. If you can give them food every day for 30 days and they come for that AA meeting, and then after they finish the program, you can give them $500 or $1,000 or $2,000, or pay for them a course. Maybe they could come than just coming from their heart, because most of them will not come from their heart. So I think an incentive is very important, just in case you want to venture into helping those young kids. It might not be what these are doing, but what is available there.
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Bernard,
That's a good one.
Bernard,
Moi also applied the milk to keep us in class, so we are
Bernard,
beneficiaries of incentives.
Bernard.
But Themba, you are saying something.
Yeah, I just want to add, in the spirit of incentives, there are quite a number of comments on the chat forum, and there are people there requesting that if any one of you can drop into their YouTube channels and just subscribe. It can take you a second. So incentivize them by, we want them to subscribe. Don't watch Mutembei on YouTube and you don't subscribe. But also, if the members who are here who are watching, if you can just drop into those brothers' YouTube channels and just subscribe, it's something probably that will earn them some money someday. So kindly, in the name of incentivizing, we also support people, and we want to. If you have a channel, just drop the comment there. Let members rush there. They watch, they read, and also subscribe. Thank you.
And remember to whoever put this link here did not add join. Mtembei has a join too where you become a member. I don't know why we keep leaving it out.
No, it is it's active. When you get to the channel, it will pop up. So
add it there so that someone can know they can join. That's what I was asking. I don't know.
Okay. Probably will find a way to do that, but I believe everybody can access it because you can't get to the channel without that popping up. And then also it's voluntary, and it's out of I think when you benefit from this, you will be compelled to. So it will not be an issue of us urging you to, but when you are valuing what is happening and you want it to keep coming, you should do something about keeping this coming.
Bernard, I have a question. What time does it start? Inaanza saa ngapi? Juu mi niko German, so saa zingine ikikuja inakuja after 1 hour late, napata mshaanza.
Unataka kuanzanga na sisi?
Na si ndio, si leo nimeanza na nyinyi, nimewapata mko 30 minutes, mmeanza 30 minutes ndio nika pop in.
Okay, now Susan, did you join our WhatsApp group?
No, nilijoin lini last when was it? Niko sasa mara 3.
So are you in the group?
No, mimi siko kwa group. Mi tu nilikuwa nafanya sijui nini kwa YouTube, nikaona mko live ndio nikajoin.
So what you do, you see on the side here there is private chat.
Private chat.
Yes, private chat. I've activated it now. Okay, there's private chat and there is comments. So in the private chat part, put there your phone number, the WhatsApp phone number, then we'll be able to add you to the group where we deliberate before we come live. At times at times it's irregular. That is specific days we can come late, other days we come early, but the official time is usually 8 o'clock of Kenyan time, and mostly weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But if something happens in the course of the week, like there was a week we did almost every day. So if there is current news that needs to be discussed, we can come on any day. But in the WhatsApp group, we discuss many issues, and it's 24/7. So join the group, and then you will always be alerted we are going live. That's where we advertise first before we go live.
Okay, thank you.
So if you drop the number here, we'll be able to carry it before we close the show.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and the subscribers, please subscribe to Mtembei TV and then subscribe to our other viewers who have their channels. It's good for us to grow as a family and keep that warmth of belonging here by right and by privilege, and then follow the aspiration of making Kenya great by our unity and by our oneness. So katika hiyo roho ya azimio la umoja, naomba tuombe. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you. We thank you that you have ordained this day from eternity past for it to be on and this discussion to continue. Thank you for every contribution we have received from every one of our panelists since the starting of the program. We thank you for the mind, for the hearts, for the lives that we have impacted in one way or another, informed, transformed, caused to think by reason of what we have aired. We really want to appreciate you for this rare privilege. And Lord, we continually ask you for grace, supply, support to keep us right here, to keep saying what we are supposed to say. We thank you for making us Kenyans and giving us a nation called Kenya and the responsibility to take care of the same. We just ask you for your divine enablement upon our lives, upon each and every family, each and every home, each and every individual that answers to the name Kenyan, wherever they are around the world. Let, oh God, by your divine enablement and your divine direction, show us what we need to do to help this nation move to the next level. Lord, we ask you for the peace of this nation. We ask you for the prosperity of this nation. We ask you for the advancement of this nation. Lord, we have reached a place where we are saying enough is enough. We have gone on this mountain for too long. It's time to break camp and move forward. We pray for our political leaders at all levels, wherever they are, everywhere they gather to make decisions touching over this nation. Let your wisdom prevail. Let your wisdom guide them. Let your wisdom be the only one that comes to conclusion on every matter concerning Kenya. Lord, we ask going forward that by you shall this nation be saved, by you shall this nation be delivered, by you shall this nation be governed. Thank you that you know every heart and every intention of every heart. Give us leaders who are after your heart. Give us leaders who are going to be hope for the younger generation and are going to chart the way forward that will put us on the map of the world as a greatly developing nation that will be sufficient for its people and for the glory of God. We thank you for this platform. Thank you for Mtembe. Thank you for his family. Thank you for everyone that participates on this program, on this platform in one way or another. We pray today in the name of Jesus that your grace will be sufficient, your favor will be multiplied, and your glory will be made manifest even in this place. We love you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you, wonderful people. Thank you from every part of the nation and the world you're joining us from.
Thank you.
We couldn't have done it better if you were not part of us. We really liked that you were part of us, that you made part of this show. Thank you, Mudhoni, Vida, and so many others. Thank
Shalom.
you, the lovely panelists, Themba, Brother Benson, Susan, Ashley, Sam, who has just left, and many others. Thank you so much. Have a blessed week.
Amen.
Good
You
to see
too.
you again. Bye-bye.
Haya, tuonane baadaye.
Bye-bye.